Tech.
I know. Today's the day.
Today's the day.
Hey, Denise. Got some people in the chat already.
All right.
Yes.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Women in Tech.
Yes, it's an exciting day. A long time coming. I'm excited that we were able to pull it together virtually.
Me too. This was originally supposed to be hosted in Dallas, right, Britt?
Yes, my hometown. Well, not my hometown, but it's where I live. And we see men in Dallas. We got really creative.
Yeah, everyone feel free to start introducing yourself in the chat. Post your LinkedIn in there.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca.
North Austin.
Yeah, post where you're from.
North Austin. Awesome. Hey, Sarah. Oh, Sarah's going to be participating in Epic Office Hours later. So it's going to be really cool and fun. Excited to have you. Thanks for coming out.
What are y'all excited about? Marianne, you're emceeing, so that's going to be a lot of fun. You got your cheetah print, leopard print. Have we decided is that cheetah or leopard?
This is cheetah, I think. Okay. I don't know.
I was never, I mean, I got those zoo magazines, but.
Well, see, now it's like Carol Baskins. You know?
That's true. Oh, no.
Was Carol Baskin like 25 years ago? It just seemed so long ago that Tiger King was.
I
know. Beginning of quarantine.
Emily, hi. Thanks for joining us from the Austin Chamber.
Emily, Danielle. Ooh, SoCo. Welcome.
All right. We got some Austin and Dallas representation, I think.
Yeah. Where else is everyone from? Anyone from outside of Texas?
Downtown Austin.
Oh my God. Why did I think SoCo was in California? I'm sorry. I live in Dallas. I was like, oh my God, West Coast. No.
I'm sure we have some West Coast people out there.
Someone's coming from the West Coast. I have a couple in Epic Office Hours actually that are going to be from West Coast. Hey, Hema. Bee Cave, Westlake.
Westlake.
NYC. Our first non-Texas person. Margaret.
Yay, NYC, my old home. I miss
Virginia,
Seattle.
Oh my God.
Cats and kittens, Cora. Let's introduce ourselves real quick.
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You go first.
Andrew. I'm a program manager at Capital Factory. I lead our diversity, equity, inclusion programming here, and so I'm really excited to kind of be able to bring this event to fruition for all of you, and hopefully it'll be a great event. We've got some great speakers. Marianne, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, I'm Marianne. I am the Director of Programs and Events here at Capital Factory, and I am honored to be hosting you throughout the full day of Women in Tech.
And I'm Brittany. I'm the Senior Mentor Coordinator, typically based in Dallas, now based globally. And I help manage the mentor program in Texas and hopefully beyond. And I also will, if you're participating in Epic Office Hours, you'll see me there too, because I'm running that event.
Nice.
Yeah.
And we are Capital
Factory.
Amazing.
I was gonna yes and you. I see we have a couple community partners in our chat there. Men, should we bring up a few to check in with them, see what they're doing?
That sounds good to me. Who do you want to start with?
Let's bring up Dresden from UT Dallas.
Awesome.
Hi.
Hey. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you all?
Good. What's going on at UT Dallas these days?
Well, as you can imagine, higher ed was greatly impacted by COVID. Sure. So we had to quickly transition everything from in-person to virtual. And I was really impressed with how well our school handled that. I work with the Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and we're gearing up for an entirely virtual fall to support our student entrepreneurs.
Wow, that sounds like quite a task.
Yes.
That's awesome. Is there anything that you want to let our viewers know about UT Dallas?
Well, we're planning some really cool events. We have our Women's Summit coming up in October and our Big Idea competition, which is kind of like our Shark Tank. That'll be in November. So I'd love to see everybody check those out as well.
Yeah.
I'd love to +1 on the Big Idea competition.
Oh, you bet.
In Dallas, we've obviously, well, not obviously, but we've worked quite a bit with Dresden, and it's a really great event. So if you're based in Dallas, or I don't know if it's viewable.
It will be.
Okay, so
that's the great thing about virtual, right? We can have people from anywhere.
Yeah. Post any of the details in the YouTube chat so people can find more info.
Hey, Pablo.
Thanks, Kristen, for being a great partner for this event too. Appreciate it. We'll catch up soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, let's bring someone else up. Let's bring up Rachel from SoGal.
Awesome. There she is. Hey.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Excited to be here.
We're excited to have you. Thank you for being such a great partner. What is going on with SoGal?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, SoGal exists to bridge the diversity gap for underrepresented groups in both founders and funders. So we have a few different ways now that you can more formally get involved. So we have 3 different groups. So one's SoGal Dallas Collective. And so that's for current and aspiring entrepreneurs and people that want to break into VC, that want to learn more. So we have programming for that. We have SoGal Dallas Equip, and that's for founders with venture backable businesses that have demonstrated significant traction to date. And so we have an investor network associated with that to help them with fundraising and skills and things like that meets monthly. Then we have SheVC, which is all the women in venture capital and underrepresented groups in Dallas. So lots of exciting things right now. We'll send out a form later, but if they just want to email me at dallas@iamsogal.com, then they're more than welcome to do that. So we have a founders walk on June 17th at Capital Factory, actually at 10. So Helena Kruzak, who's our VP of SoGal, will also be joining. We're just going to walk and answer anyone's questions as well. So lots of fun stuff going on right now.
That's awesome. You guys are so busy.
Yeah, it's a good busy though. I work full time at RevTech too, which is a local retail tech VC firm. So they complement each other pretty well. And Helena is awesome. So it's a great team.
Helena's amazing. We love Helena at Capital Factory.
Yeah.
All right.
I can definitely co-sign. If you know either one of these women, they are literally the busiest people I've ever met. And they're everywhere. If you run into them in any place you can even possibly imagine that has anything to do with venture, startups, whatever you want. So definitely check them out.
Yes, everyone reach out to Rachel. Thank you so much for being here. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. And thanks, Brittany. That was so nice.
Sure.
Okay, we have time for one more. I really want to bring up Benjamin from Impact Ventures.
Hey, hey.
Hey,
What's up, team Capital Factory? How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Excited for Women in Tech.
Right. This is an exciting conference and glad we can partner with you guys and just help bring better awareness to the ecosystem. There's a lot going on right now. So it's good that we're doing this and we're still keeping active as a community. So thank you guys for inviting us all.
Absolutely. Thank you for all that you guys do. What do you guys got going on at Impact Ventures? Anything we should let the audience know about?
Yeah, so for those who don't know about Impact Ventures, we are a nonprofit organization with a mission to eliminate the social and economic barriers for women and entrepreneurs of color building high growth businesses and social enterprises. And so we just launched, we've been around 3 years, but we just launched our first cohort in the spring during a world pandemic. So that could be interesting. And just completed that a couple of weeks ago with our startup showcase. And so we have 15 founders totally that went through our accelerator program, 10 in our growth track and 5 in our startup track. So if you're a founder out there and you're looking to get into a mission-driven accelerator program, definitely connect with us. We're starting our alumni services and program now. So entrepreneurs are connecting with investors across the country, having office hour meetings, they're doing pitch competitions. And so we're gearing up for what the rest of 2020 looks like.
Wow. Congratulations on your first cohort. That's amazing.
Definitely. Navigating this, COVID-19 was literally week 2. We had planned to go to South by Southwest, and we had to do a skirt on everything. Literally week 2 in the program. We had an orientation, and then the second week we were like, all right, we have to figure out everything we're going to do virtually, et cetera. And I'm sure everyone across the world had to do the same. So it was pretty exciting to see. So now we're looking to open the application in July. And then we're also planning a hackathon that's focused on racial equity right now that'll be happening in the summer. So you guys can find us on social media, Impact Venture Co., or on our website, impact-ventures.co. So
awesome. All right, everyone, reach out to Benjamin in the chat. Okay, Brittany, I guess I'll see you a little bit later today. Thank you so much for hosting this with me.
Of course. See you later.
See you later. Bye. All right, everyone, let's kick it off. This is Women in Tech presented by Accenture. You can find, thank you to our title sponsor, Accenture. We're very grateful to have you as a partner. We have a couple other sponsors. We have our supporting partner, Google for Startups. Thank you so much, Google for Startups. And then we have a couple of our community partners, which we got to speak to a few of them just now. That's me. I'm Marianne Alspa, the Director of Programs and Events here at Capital Factory. I am lucky to host this with all of you. Yes, the agenda. We have a lot of great sessions today. We have lightning talks and keynote chats. We have a panel about securing funding, epic office hours, a culture of perception panel this afternoon. We have a self-care panel, and then we're going to, a self-care workshop, and then we're going to finish out the day with a startup showcase. If you want to look at the agenda, you can find it on the Eventbrite. You can also find it in the YouTube description. This is how you stay involved with Capital Factory. Our founder and CEO is about to come on and give you a little bit more information, but follow us on Twitter at CF Women. And now I'm going to move on to opening remarks. It is my pleasure to welcome our founder and CEO, Joshua Baer. Welcome to the stage, Josh.
Hey there, Marianne. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. Great. Well, it's so great to be here. Welcome, everybody. And we're so excited to kick off our Women in Tech Summit. This is always one of the biggest and best events at Capital Factory, one of the most exciting events of the year. When it's in person, it's always been one of my favorite things, just the energy that you feel in the room when you walk in, and that persists through the whole day. It's packed and people are so excited and so glad to be there and be there with each other. It's always been incredible. And I'm really excited to see all that happen today, because the show must go on, as we know. And so our whole theme is doing things virtual first. How do we create a great virtual first experience? And we look forward to having you all in person again in the future. But I bet a lot of these things that we're doing virtually are going to stick because they bring a lot of new things to the table too. Myself, I'm the founder and CEO.
Hey everyone, just had some technical difficulties. Here we are live. We're doing it live. I think we'll go just quickly while Josh gets resituated. We'd love to bring up, Marianne, do you want to bring up our...
Yeah. We're gonna hear a couple opening remarks from our title sponsor, Accenture. This is Ashley Harder. She's one of the managing directors of communication, media, and technology. Hey, Ashley.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good to go.
All right, very good. Well, first off, thank you for having me, and good afternoon, and welcome to all of you who are attending virtually today. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us. So it is my pleasure to kick off today's Women in Technology Summit. As Marianne said, I'm Ashley Harder. I'm a managing director out of Accenture's Dallas office, where day-to-day I am accountable for the work that Accenture does at one of our media and entertainment clients out on the West Coast. So for those of you that may not be familiar with Accenture, we are a professional services company with a strong focus on innovation and experience, where we advise our global clients on navigating today's fast-changing and digital economy. And because of our focus on innovation, we have a business that we call Accenture Ventures. And Accenture Ventures is essentially a unique catalyst for incubating, investing in, and promoting early stage and growth stage technology startups. So over the past few years, we've proudly partnered with Capital Factory on a number of programs because they, like Accenture, believe businesses and teams perform better with diversity. And we're both committed to fostering inclusion, advancing diversity, and accelerating equality for all people. And at Accenture, we believe that the future workforce is an equal one. And because of that, we have some pretty bold goals. The biggest one being to achieve a gender-balanced workforce globally with 50% women and 50% men by 2025. And I'm proud to say that we are well on our way to achieving that goal with the current 44% women in our global workforce. And as some of you may or may not have read or seen this past week, our global CEO, Julie Sweet, shared that we do have plans to announce this year an increase in our percentage of African American and Hispanic American workforce in the US by 2025. So we're excited to hear what those goals come out this year. And a fun fact is that Accenture does remain the only professional services company in the US that publishes our demographics for race each year as part of our commitment to transparency on this topic. And we are also going to identify a portfolio of specific opportunities to collaborate with our communities and other partners to promote equality, fight racism and bigotry, and create more opportunities for employment and advancement. These new actions, in addition to our unwavering commitment to inclusion and diversity overall, are the right thing to do and are essential to innovation and business success. So today's Women in Technology Summit holds an opportunity for all of you to continue the dialogue around diversity and equality and the actions that we can all take together with a great lineup of speakers and participants. So without further delay, thank you again for being here. And Marianne, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. What a great message from Accenture and what amazing goals to have. If you guys are interested in getting involved in Accenture Venture, please reach out to Ashley in the chat. All right. I think we might be going back to see if Josh is available. We had a little technical difficulties with his video, but I think we figured it out.
Marianne.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
I think we're still working just a few little kinks out, but that was some awesome feedback and just updates from Ashley. I'm glad that we've been able to learn more about what Accenture is doing and all the great work that they've been up to.
Me too. I love working with Accenture. We partner with them on many events, and they are an awesome organization and a great partner of Capital Factory.
I think Josh will be coming on in just a second. I'm just going to dive into the chat a little bit.
Okay.
Looks like we've got some people from Atlanta, Seattle, and Austin. Got a lot of people. Where else are people logging in from?
Feel free to post your LinkedIn in the chat too. I really want to make sure people are networking and.
Yes, and I think one of our colleagues, Rebecca, can share a LinkedIn group that we've created so people can connect on LinkedIn as well. And so Rebecca will probably drop that into the chat soon. But it'll be a great way to connect with people in this like virtual environment where we can't be like exchanging business cards and shaking hands. We can at least see each other's faces through our LinkedIn profiles.
Love it.
Brazil. Did you see Brazil? I saw Brazil.
Oh my gosh. North Carolina. Hey, Claire.
Nice to see ya.
Austin, Houston. All right. Hometown.
Okay. I think we've got Josh back, so we'll kick it over there, and we've got a special keynote right after that too. A special little chat. Let's see if we can bring Josh back up. Hey, Josh.
Hey there.
Awesome.
Well, can you hear me now? I'm gonna skip my slides. Sorry about that. I'm not usually the one to have technical difficulties, but my computer just froze and crashed right in the middle of me talking. And so sorry for that reboot. But what I was saying was just that, why we do all this. And that's because we know that this is really important for for being the right thing to do, and also because we know that it makes better businesses, which is part of what we're here for as well. And so the reason we do these summits in particular is they help drive more awareness into our community of people that might not be exposed to it normally, and get them exposed to entrepreneurship. And they've been really successful at doing that. The other thing that we do is we do $100,000 investment challenges, often around targeting diverse entrepreneurs. And we've put up hundreds of thousands of dollars, close to $1 million in these types of challenges over the past 2 or 3 years to help get the word out and bring more diverse entrepreneurs into our community. Last year at the Women in Tech Summit, I think we gave away $200,000 or $300,000 investment prizes. We've done it around women, we've done it around Black in tech, we've done it around other areas as well. And we don't do it just around women. Just 2 months ago in February, we had our Black in Tech Summit, which is a similar event to like what we're doing today. We do it around other things like veterans and other groups as well. And it's been, look, we by no means are we declaring victory. We have a lot of room to improve, and we're still definitely figuring things out. But these efforts have been effective, and we measure what's happening and what kind of effect that has on our community, on the investments we make, on the companies that we work with. And we've seen pretty dramatic improvements over the past 2 years, which results in more female-founded entrepreneurs in our program. About 1/4, 25% of the companies in our accelerator have at least one female founder on them. More Black entrepreneurs, more mentors, more companies that we're investing in. And so again, lots of room to improve overall, but definitely do feel like we're making some progress, and this is part of that. So thanks for being part of this today, and thanks for joining us. And I'm going to kick it back off to Marianne.
Thank you so much, Josh. Proud to be a female at Capital Factory today and always. We're going to hop into our lightning keynote chat, which you're going to host, Josh. And we are lucky to be joined by Major General Tracy Norris, a Adjutant General of the Texas Military Department. I'll let you go ahead and intro her, Josh.
Awesome. Hi there, General Norris. So we're so fortunate to have you with us here today, and as just obviously a great example of female leadership that we're trying to highlight. Major General Tracy Norris is the 52nd Adjutant General of the Texas Military Department, our National Guard, and the first female to hold that position. She's in charge of 24,000 members of the Texas Military Department. That's what we call our National Guard. And that's the Texas Army National Guard, Air National Guard, the State Guard, as well as civilian employees. So thank you so much for taking some time out to join us today.
For having me.
Awesome. I hear you. We're good. We're glad to have you. So, this audience, we often speak to you in the context of some of the defense work that we're doing, where the audience probably knows a lot about the National Guard. Many of them probably serve. But this audience may not be as familiar with our National Guard and our National Guard here in Texas. So while we can't do the whole overview or anything, can you real quickly explain what are the 3 different parts of our National Guard?
Well, for Texas, you mentioned it already. We have the Army National Guard, our Air National Guard, and our State Guard, as well as our civilian employees. We are Texas, I can say, is the largest National Guard because each state has a National Guard. We have over 24,000, and we have every type of job that you can have almost in the military in our Guard in Texas. So when we handle, besides just our deployment overseas, we also are the response for the state on different things like hurricanes, fires, floods, and currently the pandemic. We're heavily involved in supporting Department of Emergency Management on that.
That's usually where I hear about our National Guard was like during Hurricane Harvey, and they're out there saving people and helping to organize relief and efforts and things like that. So, who is the National Guard? Is it everybody that used to serve in the military? Is it are they what kinds of workers are they? Give us a sense of what kind of people serve in the National Guard.
Thank you for that, because I get to say my commercial here. The National Guard is very unique in all of DoD. We have Air and Army in every state. And there may be prior service, people that have experience that come in and finish out their obligation in the National Guard. But the goodness, what is the strength of the National Guard is all the different backgrounds and experience that come into the National Guard. And they serve approximately 39 days to 52 days a month, a year.
A year, yeah.
Yeah. And then they have their civilian jobs. And that's the strength. because we have airline pilots, we have professors from colleges, we have business professionals, we have business owners, doctors,
I know people
lawyers,
that
teachers.
work at Facebook that are over at the at Capital Factory, and I see them with uniform on, but then their day job is they're working over at Facebook or Google or somewhere else.
Correct. And that, to me, that's the strength. Because
how many women are in the National Guard?
We have a little over 3,350 women are in the Texas National Guard and about 700 in the Air National Guard. And
you're the first adjutant general. How many women generals are there? Is that common? I don't think I see that many of them.
Well, in Texas, it is. We have 3 female generals in the Army Guard, and we have 1 in the Air Guard. And so that makes about, for our generals in the Texas Guard, it's 30% are women.
Oh, wow. That's really impressive. That's got to be, well, I would imagine that's a higher percentage than you'd see maybe in other places, certainly more than I expected.
Well, yes, and they are there because they're talented, not because they're women.
Right. Well, so but what are there any qualities or perspectives that women bring to the table as a general that you might be missing otherwise? Like, I mean, while I do believe in equality, it does maybe bring some different approaches. What is there a different? What's different about it?
Well, actually, what the difference is everybody brings their different experiences to the table. And I'll give you an example. Like, my background is mainly engineers, and I've held certain positions that I look at things through the lens of an engineer. But I have another soldier that a general, and he's a lawyer in Dallas, but he comes and he's an infantry officer, general, and he has a totally different perspective. And bringing all those different experiences and worldviews into one organization, again, I go back to that's the strength of the National Guard.
Well, it's something we've learned about business as well is it's not that surprising when you hear it, but it doesn't actually happen as much in practice, is that you make better decisions when you have a bunch of different diverse perspectives, right? And different people at the table. And you have business leaders trying to make decisions and sell things to all different kinds of consumers, but everybody at the table looks the same that's making the decisions. They're not going to make very good decisions doing it that way.
I would agree with you completely.
So why is our National Guard at Capital Factory? I know I spend a lot of time with Major Alex Goldberg and others. Why are they spending so much time at Capital Factory?
Well, actually, we've been very fortunate. It started with the Air Force looking at innovation and our Air Guard getting involved in that. And then when that's how we kind of came into the Capital Factory. And now, again, going back to the diversity of experiences we have in the Guard, we've gone ahead and decided to set up an innovation group, and we'll be opening it in the Capital Factory next month, called TMDX, with Texas Military Department X. And with that, we want to leverage all of our different experiences. We'll rotate people through that have different experiences, and then we want to reach out to the community. And maybe there are things that the innovation individuals there have something that might work in the National Guard. And it's an easy connectivity for us. We all know that we have Department of Defense is, I don't want to say they're bureaucratic. They have bureaucracy. Here, one-on-one in a place where people are thinking about different innovative ways to do things and how to cut through some things and make things happen. I think it's a perfect place for our talented individuals to be there and be able to reach out to all those open-minded thinkers and innovators that are centering in the Capital Factory.
You talk about bureaucracy. When we started working with the Army Futures Command and other groups that came in and AFWorks, we set some internal goals expecting a lot of bureaucracy. And we said, hey, in the first year, wouldn't it be great if 3 of our companies got contracts with the government and were able to get some money flowing? Like, wouldn't that be successful? Because we figured it would take a long time and it would not, and it would be hard. And we've been so blown away because we've seen dozens of companies in our community receive, I think it's now more than $100 million in funding over the past year or two, specifically through SBIR, Small Business Innovation Research Grants, which often were through an Air Force program, but you had to get sponsored by somebody, and they all got sponsored by the Texas Military Department. And it's companies that a lot of people here have heard of, like Lift Aircraft, literally making flying cars. Icon 3D, sending 3D printers to the moon and other places to print houses and printing things, things for disaster recovery. Accenture, another big 3D printing company, Fit Rankings, and Sensei for a few examples. It has far exceeded my expectations. So why is the National Guard so engaged in this? Why do you want to sponsor SBIR grants? And why is the National Guard a good partner for that?
Well, again, I go back to our strengths is that we have people with experiences and they can look forward to a vision of where we need to be, and they can take technology and apply it to things that we do in the military. I think our partnership now is up to 30 companies, as well as we just won the National Guard Innovation Award, which is going to give Texas another $8 million to partner again with some more
I heard it was 16.
You heard it was what?
I heard it was 16 and somebody else was matching it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. I was
That's
cheering
even
that
better.
one. I knew that was a big deal. Cool. Well, so a couple more quick things. One, let's talk about current events and get not that this wasn't real, but get to something very real for a second. I can't ignore and wouldn't want to all the things going on in the news right now. Peaceful protests on the streets, but also some violence and rioting that have happened, seem to have quelled down. As that all happened, there was some scary talk about military in the streets, about, what could happen or might happen and how we might respond. And I heard a lot of people that were confused, that didn't understand, didn't know what that, we haven't experienced that, didn't know what that meant. What kind of a role would the Texas Military Department play in that type of a situation? Have we ever been close to anything like that in what you've seen? How do you think about something like that? That must be something that's been on your mind, obviously, with all that's been happening.
Right. So, we've been calling it our civil disturbance operations, and the governor has directed us to come out. We were supporting Department of Public Safety. But again, I go back to, I'll tell you how we operate with that, because we're still doing a little bit through the next week. But we back up Department of Public Safety. And again, all our people that they're coming from their communities are all Texans. And they're coming out and they're doing their roles in National Guard to support law enforcement and to protect our Texans out there who want to peacefully protest, protect their First Amendment, protect our Texas property. So we know that there are bad actors involved in some of this, but our duty is to back up law enforcement and protect our Texans and their ability to protest based on their beliefs.
Awesome. Well, I know I've met obviously many of the National Guardsmen and women out there and seen all the good work that they do, and they've always made me feel really comforted by the fact that they're out there looking out for us, and I really appreciate that. And I know we saw it in Harvey, and I think we've seen it through the coronavirus, and that's something that's given me comfort through this, is actually knowing some of the people that are involved and feeling like we've got good people out there.
Thank you for that, Josh.
So a couple last questions, in case anybody that's heard about this, maybe might be thinking how they could get involved and how they might contribute. Do you have to have served do you have to be a veteran to serve in the Guard? Do you have to have previously served in the military?
You do not. You do not. Actually, if there's an age limit and there's some other things like a test, but it's very easily, if you talk to a recruiter, we absolutely have a place in the Texas National Guard, Air Army. And even we have a state guard, which is volunteer, but they also, have a big role in our hurricane response. So I can, if you're interested in the National Guard, the extension is 512-782-5001. And we can get you somebody good to talk to, because again, with the experience and the skills that people have, all they do is add to our organization if they want to come serve. And it's a good way to serve.
And is the only way to serve to train to fight?
Absolutely not. That as far as the National Guard, there are two missions. One of our missions is our federal mission, which is a national security mission. And then our second mission is to our state, where that is mostly responding to a pandemic, responding to a hurricane, fires, civil disturbance, protecting our First Amendment rights of our Texans is another big part of our role in Texas. Texas really uses their Guard, and I think our Guard responds well for our Texans.
And can they use would people if somebody from Google or Facebook is working at the Guard, do they actually use their tech skills from what they know at Google and Facebook at all and what they do?
Yes, absolutely, because we leverage that when we find out where they come from. And I can tell you one place that we really leverage our civilian skill sets is in our cyber. We have a cyber squadron in the Air Guard and also in the Army Guard, and a lot of those individuals, if not most of them, bring that cyber experience to the Guard. And that's one of those things that unless you're in that industry, it's very high tech, you're not necessarily going to learn those skills in the military as well as you do in the civilian sector.
Awesome. Well, I know when Hurricane Harvey was happening in particular, and I saw so many people out there helping be part of the solution, and Jonathan from Bunker Labs, like literally loaded up his truck with his boat and was driving out there to go rescue people. And I knew if I did something like that, I'd probably put myself or other people in more danger. So that wasn't probably the right thing for me to go do. But I wanted to help. I wanted to be involved. And I thought there must have been some ways I could. And that's, for me, what's most interesting about the idea of the State Guard is feeling like when something really important is going on, being able to be a positive part of that, being able to contribute to it here at home, here locally. So I think that's really, really exciting.
I do too. And actually our State Guard, we're setting up a special innovation unit just in the State Guard. So they will be recruiting people or talking to them about it. And if they'd like to come and volunteer for that innovation unit, that would be great. It would help. It's just a good thing. And I think some really good will come out of it.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for joining us today. Thanks for everything you do to help keep Texas safe. Thanks for being an incredible leader and a role model for everybody here. And I think we're going to kick off next to our first keynote with Melly and Mary Grove. So I hope you can stick around and watch some of that.
Thank you, Josh.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Thank you, General Norris.
Let me just chime in one more thing, Marianne, because I'm so glad to see Mary here. I don't get to interview her because I don't get to do everything. Melly gets Melly's turn, and she gets to do it. But I've gotten to know Mary so well over the years. First at Google, where she was one of the leaders helping to grow Google for Startups, which at the time was called Google for Entrepreneurs, just one of our first and best partners at Capital Factory, who has really always been there to help us grow. They've just really had such a great sense of partnership. They connect us into so many other great partners around the world and other co-working spaces and tech hubs and things like that. And so that's been amazing. And then she was at Rise of the Rest with Steve Case and was doing another great friend of ours and partner, and got to keep working with her there. And now she's back in her hometown, looking how she can make a difference more locally continuing to grow in a different way. And that's a place also, very affected by everything going on right now too. So really appreciate Mary spending time with us, and just thank you so much, and looking forward to hearing this.
Yes, thank you, Josh. We'll go ahead and bring up Mary Grove as well as Melly Price, our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Take it away, y'all.
Hey, Melly, I think you're on. Just hopping in here real quick. I think you're on mute.
Virtual life.
There we go.
Appreciate it. Hi, Mary. It's great to see you. I'm so excited to get to do a fireside chat with you again. Y'all, Mary's super special to me, so this is a great event. I just love women in tech like Josh. Every year that we've done this event, it gets better, bigger. I love the energy of all the amazing women in the room. I see so many familiar names in the chat and so many places represented from literally all over the world. This is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for putting this event together, Dream Team Capital Factory. Well, so just quick introduction for those of you that I don't know. I'm a co-founder of Capital Factory, been around for the last 10 years, and I too am a longtime entrepreneur. I've built 8 companies, sold 4. I call myself a recovering VC, prolific angel investor. I learned so much doing investment, but I'm now pursuing my passion of supporting other entrepreneurs and launching their companies. And I do that by teaching at the University of Texas and supporting university-led startups, and of course, working with women-led companies, which is my personal passion. And that led me to meet Mary Grove back, gosh, Mary, has it been 6-8 years ago or so that we met?
At least, yes.
Yeah, so I met Mary when she was at Google, and it's been such a joy to watch her move on. She moved from Silicon Valley a few years ago, became a mom. How old are your kiddos now?
I have 3.5-year-old twins, boy-girl twins.
Yep, became a mom, became a partner, as Josh mentioned, in a venture firm. So Mary, I'd love to, kick off the conversation by asking, what the heck have you been up to these last couple of years?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Melly and Josh and the whole team at Capital Factory for not only the kind introduction, but for having me today as part of this event. I'm a huge, huge fan of the entire Capital Factory community and the ecosystem more broadly. So just thrilled to be here and to spend some time together. As Melly mentioned, I did have twins 3.5 years ago, and my very last business trip before I was grounded from flying was actually to Capital Factory, and where Melly and I had our previous fireside chat. So great to be here. And Melly, I'm just so grateful to call you, a friend and such a true leader in the ecosystem.
Likewise.
Thank you. So sure. So quick updates from my end. Well, since we first met at Google, it's been a really exciting last few years, jam-packed in. As quick introduction, I spent the first 15 years of my career at Google, mostly in Silicon Valley, where I kind of accidentally got into tech. I went to undergrad and grad school at Stanford, and I did not intend to go into technology, but this then lesser known startup called Google was recruiting on campus. And so ended up there for 15 years, which was a magical chapter we can talk more about. But in my time there, as director of Google for entrepreneurs, I realized just so clearly that innovation was not just a phenomenon that was happening in Silicon Valley by any means, and was compelled to test this thesis out firsthand. And so in 2018, my husband and I and our then 1-year-old twins moved from Silicon Valley, where we'd been for almost 2 decades, to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I'm based full-time now. And it was really motivated by 2 things. One was the belief about where the future of the innovation economy is headed, and the idea of leaving the coast to be a part of these rising ecosystems and rising communities. And so that was very attractive and appealing on a personal level. My husband's from Minnesota. We've got one of those giant 75-person families that you see in the movies here in the Midwest. And that was part of it. And the other part was professionally, right? I had been working with startups for over half a decade with Google in a variety of ways, and wanted to make that leap into venture capital to do it from the investing side. And so I was fortunate, Steve Case had been a partner of ours at Google and a personal mentor. And when he and the team at Revolution launched the Rise the Rest seed fund, the mission is all about investing outside the coast, specifically outside of Silicon Valley, New York, and Boston, where 75% of venture capital dollars go today. And so I joined as a partner on the Rise the Rest seed fund in 2018, moved to Minneapolis, put boots on the ground here in the Midwest. And so that's been the sort of what happened from a geographic perspective. What also happened is that it was an experiment, Melly, as you and I had talked about, it's an experiment, and where will it end? And so I am excited to share that, I'm 2 years in, I do really believe that this is where the future of the innovation economy is headed and is. It's Minnesota, but places like ours, Texas, all of the states that really you don't think about when you think about those core coastal hubs. And so I'm excited. I am actually, I've just wrapped up my chapter at Revolution. I'm getting ready to launch a new effort very shortly here, focused on, early stage venture capital. And I'm really excited to share more in the coming weeks here.
Oh, that's so exciting, Mary. For those of you that may have seen me interview Mary, I don't know, a handful of years ago, she's actually one of my personal inspirations. It was at a Google for Entrepreneurs event called Trailblazers, where we were talking about women in tech. And I've been fairly, honest with the community that I'm a little bit more of an introvert than people think of me as. And it was really important to me in the 25 years of my career, not necessarily to lead because I didn't want to be the woman entrepreneur. I just wanted to be a great entrepreneur. And so I sort of resisted for a long time using my platform to support the things that are part of my identity, being LGBT and as well as being a woman. And I was at a dinner with Mary, And she just, in her merry way, said, you know, Melly, you really have a responsibility to be more visible as a leader. And it stuck with me. I continue to reflect on that. And I always thank Mary for that gift. But part of what I love about Mary is that she's not just, you know, an amazing person in the corporate sector and in the startup sector and in the venture sector. She's actually very generous, and so it started a nonprofit, Silicon North Stars. Will you just quickly tell us, you know, what does Silicon North Stars do, and how do you marry, you know, the fact that you have a really busy professional life and a big heart that, you know, that you do a lot of work in your community with?
Well, thank you for saying that, Melly. And I definitely remember that dinner very fondly, and I'm just happy to be counted in your corner.
Here we are.
I know. So Silicon North Stars is a nonprofit that my husband, Steve, and I started back in 2013. And at the time, we were both working at Google, which is how we met. We were living in Silicon Valley. We had no plans to move anytime soon. And it was sort of a way for us to build something to connect where we were from, or where we had roots, which was the Midwest, with where we lived at the time, which was Silicon Valley. And the idea is, our mission is to educate and inspire young Minnesotans, specifically from economically underserved backgrounds, towards futures in tech. And the idea is that, you know, seeing is believing, exposure is everything. I personally come from a family of immigrants. My parents immigrated from Thailand, came from, you know, nothing. They were entrepreneurs. To me, they really embodied the quintessential American dream. And I think the ability to see that as a young person and live through those experiences is huge. And so we started this nonprofit as a tech boot camp each summer. We take a rising class of rising ninth graders. So summer before high school, we flew them out to Silicon Valley. We gave them the best of tour that one might give, you know, a venture-backed startup. So visiting the campuses of YouTube and Facebook and Google and Stanford and Galvanize and a bunch of startups. We did design thinking to help them pitch their startup ideas. We did a demo day. It was the real deal. And after that, we, you know, flew home to Minnesota. They started high school. We support them for the next 4 years of programming. And now that we're in our 7th year and we're on the ground in Minnesota, you know, I can say with pride that our ecosystem locally in the Twin Cities, it's arrived. It's there. There's enough here to be, you don't need to go to Silicon Valley to be inspired. And so now we are growing our program, but it's all Twin Cities based. So we do the exact same formula I just laid out, but we do that here in Minnesota. And last weekend, we actually launched our scholarship program, our college scholarship program, to be the capstone of what happens at the end of that high school journey. And, you know, our criteria are economically underserved communities, but here that disproportionately maps to students of color. And so it's been a, you know, great honor to be more deeply involved in our community at the ground floor and really understand, when we look at some of these, the racial equity issues, the achievement gap, the income gap. We know them on paper, but to experience them and try to be a part of mobilizing our community, it's been extremely inspiring. And I think all the time, it's just a translation of, you know, is it the right hand or the left hand? Is it we're working with, is it the venture portfolio or is it the students? And you'd be amazed by the ideas, the startups, the talent these students have at age 13, 14, things that I was never even aware of. It's really inspiring. It's just about seeing somebody who works at, you know, Best Buy or Target or Facebook or YouTube who looks like me or is a woman. Like you said, it's not that we're saying, hey, women work there. It's show them and help them see a path for themselves.
Well, you know, as Major General Norris mentioned, you know, women bring their unique life and perspective to it. And one of the things I love is that women do a fantastic job, you know, just as a gross generalization, of bridging the head and the heart. One of the best compliments I ever received in my life was that I had a .com head with a .org heart. And I think that experience and that balance and that passion is something that we bring to the table that's really powerful. So with all the experiences that you've had, and given this is a women in tech conversation, we're talking a lot about fundraising, all that you've learned, what are your tips? What's a few tips that you would give early stage entrepreneurs looking for investors?
Sure. I think it's, you know, preparation is of course key, and it's always hard to demystify what early stage investors look for. And I think it boils down to the same consistent core principles. You know, one is market. What's the what is the true massive opportunity of the market that you're going after? The second is, product and tech. What is the product? How does it make money? But really, what's the sort of defensibility, or what's the differentiation of your product? So that's the big one. Team is huge, especially at the early stage, right? Investors understand that your product may change. We may not have found product market fit. That may completely transform, but it's that fundamental team. And at the early stage, teams are small. So it's the ability for you as a leader to have the awareness of what those gaps are, what your own blind spots are, and what you'll hire. So one of the key questions I ask, for example, is, help me understand the roadmap of your key hires over the next 12 months. So your team maybe 3 people now, but where will it be in a year? Those are some of the big ones. And then I think, what type of company are you building is the fundamental first question. And I see a lot of companies who are it's frustrating not to, be pitching for venture capital funding and not getting the yes. And I think the question is, what type of company am I building? Because there are multiple tracks, all viable, and multiple ways to capitalize those businesses, and thinking about, what does a venture style investment mean? What is that investor expectation? So those are some of the, in broad strokes. But the last thing I would say is, one of the things that's most frustrating to me about venture capital is it's such a network-driven business, and it's such a siloed network. And that's, it's super important to me that we not seek to create more siloed networks. Like, this is the network for female entrepreneurs or LGBTQ, that it's really about broadening that network. And so, I encourage all of you to just be tenacious about researching and figuring out how you're going to knock down those barriers. If it's not somebody you know directly, we can be a part of changing the face of what the portfolio companies look like. It's a matter of, maybe I don't know the person at the fund, but Melly knows them, and Melly be willing to write an intro for me. And my dream and hope is that is not, we can rewrite the future of our industry, and it's not a network warm intro only driven business. But the path to getting there means, dismantling some of that.
Yeah, I love it. And we lift each other up. So you touched on your 15 years at Google. You were like employee, weren't you like employee 15 or something? It was
so I joined the company in 2004, and we were about 2,000 people.
2000, okay.
But to juxtapose, when I left in 2018, we were over 100,000 people. So it was just a explosive time of catalytic growth.
Well, when I think of Mary Grove and the work that you did at Google, I think of that the legacy that you left there was building, hands down, the most connected ecosystem of accelerators and startup programs around the world. Capital Factory was, lucky enough to be in the first, I think, 9 Google for Entrepreneurs companies it listed, and you went on to build just an extraordinary team and connected us, and we shared best practices, and it was such a powerful ecosystem that you all built. So many of us are involved in ecosystems, and now in the new times of COVID, ecosystem and community building is so key. I'd love to hear a little bit from you about what did you learn in the process of building that ecosystem? How did you I hate saying eat the elephant, because I would never eat an elephant, but how did you, go after such an ominous size market and opportunity with hundreds and programs and thousands of accelerators? How did you pick? How did you bring us together? To share some of your Mary special Google for Entrepreneurs experience.
Sure, I'd love to. I think to tell that story, I'm required to rewind a little bit further, because how we got to Google for Entrepreneurs, which is today Google for Startups, and I, adore the team, and I'm their biggest cheerleader from the sidelines here. It actually began when I started in 2004. I worked on the IPO deal team. That was my first job at Google, and that gave me a ton of exposure and access to our leadership teams. It was a very small group working on the public offering. And I truly just I just fell deeply in love with the mission of the company, but the approach of our founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, they were so deeply committed, not just as entrepreneurs themselves, but from the beginning, thinking about the ecosystem, the community around Google. So then I fast forward the next 6 years of my career. I worked for a phenomenal leader who many of you may know, Megan Smith. who went on, longtime Google VP, was President Obama's chief technology officer at the White House, and one of the big professional inspirations for me. And she similarly taught me from an early age in my career not to see boundaries, and if you not to see hierarchies, just sort of believe in yourself and make those leaps when it seems really scary and uncomfortable. So I worked for her in partnerships in a team called New Business Development for 6 years. And the tail end of that work became the foundation for Google for Entrepreneurs. So we were doing a ton of outreach in emerging markets. And by emerging, I mean the most emerging. So we had a project internally called the bottom 20, which was the least connected countries in the world from an access perspective. And the idea was, let's send in a team from Google that's cross-functional to places like Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Palestine, and figure out what the Google Inc. and Google.org, so for-profit and philanthropic solution, could be to helping build and rebuild these economies. And out of that work came many interesting projects, ranging from content creation to access and connectivity. But the third bucket was entrepreneurship. And so we realized very quickly that the biggest impact Google could have was to build this platform play where we both do some programs and work directly for startups in a one-to-one basis, but the highly leveraged way to have impact is through partnerships. And that was very, very clear. And so that began the work of, with Google for Entrepreneurs. We had 7 startup campuses of our own, which we ran all outside the US. And in the US and in many other countries, we decided to partner. If it already existed, if there was a leader, if Capital Factory was there, if National Entrepreneur Center was there, if COCO, now Field Collective, was there in Minnesota, let's partner and lift up and connect and try to provide connective tissue, convening power, but honestly, capital, financial sponsorship to enable some of the cool stuff that you never get unrestricted capital to do. And so we built this network of about 55, 60 world-class organizations in over 100 countries who did work in over 100 countries. And we just built this amazing community, which to this day is the highlight of my, I think, professional experience, is understanding that those types of leaders can come together and support each other. And that sum is so much greater than the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Well, phenomenal legacy, and much of the team that's still there are people that came in with you, and it was such a pleasure and so critical to the early years of Capital Factory. We always are grateful for the involvement in that community, especially in times like this where we're able to share with each other, okay, how are you handling reopening and some of those best practices, and just it's so easy to communicate because you built that ecosystem. So I want to give we've got some great shout outs happening, some good questions starting to show up in the live comments. Want to let everybody know we have just a few minutes left interviewing Mary, and we will open it up for Q&A. So if you want to put in some questions, get those going. We'll roll into that after this next tidbit, which is that we would certainly be remiss. You're in Minneapolis, right? You're in Minneapolis. We're in this absolutely bizarre time in life in terms of racial injustice coming to a head in the global economic uncertainty that's come with COVID, and just what a crucible of things coming together. How is this environment impacting investors and startups, and how is it changing priorities from the kinds of deals you're seeing and the folks that you're working with?
It's such a phenomenal question, and there's so many answers, right? One, the first change that we were looking at was around the COVID-19 crisis. And in that time, I would say, I work with an active network of co-investors all over the country, and to take a temperature pulse, you really did see everything from, hey, we're completely hitting the brakes, we won't be deploying another check for 18 months, to we're opening for business more than ever, we want to write even more checks because we think maybe valuations might be lower, and everything in between. I think that, from this crisis, well, I think it's a more difficult environment, hands down, to raise capital, no doubt. But I do think that it is an awakening, a moment of awakening for all of us, that, we cannot ever afford to underinvest, particularly in core sectors like healthcare, like enterprise software, like our supply chain manufacturing, our sort of modern backbone of the future economies. It is startups who drive that innovation, in my view. And so we know that, okay, as an asset class, it's exciting to think about and what solutions will be born out of this crisis. Not necessarily, COVID care specific, but approaches to telehealth or approaches to innovations in the food supply chain, for example, even technology like Zoom, right? Thank goodness Zoom was already as sophisticated of a technology as it was, but what about the next 10 communication tools to help us be able to function on remote within a matter of days? And so I that's one thread. The other thread, of course, sitting in Minneapolis and, also being
Well, it looks like we have a little bit of a delay there, Mary.
Did you catch? Are you still with me?
Yeah, we lost like the last 30 seconds of you. If you could just repeat the last part. Or we can move on.
What was I saying? Talking about sort of what are the innovations that can be born out of this, and what are the opportunities to actually build faster, raise more capital in light of this. So that's one. I think on the issue of racial justice, certainly the issue of our time. And I have tried to spend more time than ever listening in the past few weeks here, both in my home market, but nationally. And it's been, heartbreaking, infuriating, painful to hear the stories and experiences firsthand. But I do think having a safe forum for dialogue, whether that's in your company, in your family, in your community, has been certainly very enriching. And I think the first step for all of us who play roles in the ecosystem. But I do think that the accountability, the scrutiny, and the desire for accountability is higher than ever in the venture capital community. And so I encourage, entrepreneurs and community leaders like yourself and, those at Capital Factory to continue pressing for more accountability. And I am the sentiments I'm hearing from entrepreneurs that I'm working with are, hope and optimism, and saying that, we've never felt more listened to. We've felt more listened to in the last few weeks than we have in our entire careers and our entire lives in some cases. And so I really think that, our industry for too long has been complicit in the institutional, racism and discrimination that happens in our industry. And I'm really thrilled for events like this to bring more of us together to help form that community and that network to really help each other in such a network-driven business.
Yes, I agree. I'll go on record saying that I regret being inactive for the first part of my career. For me, it was sort of a survival mentality, and I'm just so pleased that the conversation is elevated and that women are connecting and lifting each other up and making those introductions and helping each other learn. Here in Austin, we have programs like Women at Austin, and it's so much more of a supportive ecosystem, and that is I think how we tell our stories. It's how we acquire new customers. It's how we get ideas for new businesses. So it's for those of us that are old enough to have some gray hairs that thankfully you can't see very well on camera, I am really bullish and super excited about the ecosystem that exists now for women. And one of the things that I was thinking about, and not to go too far off track here, but I think it's an important conversation in the time of COVID. My personal reaction has been I'm much more in my community. I'm traveling less. I'm not on the road. I'm finding myself much more engaged at a local level than I ever have been in my life. And consequently, as an angel investor, I've always been focused on Austin, but even more so now. I almost feel like the globalization that dominated and created so many opportunities for a while may be receding to the point, not completely receding, but coming back to people realizing we need to be in our communities. We need to be supporting each other even more at a regional and local level. Are you seeing any of those trends? In particular, I'm thinking, you know, Rise of the Rest had a whole investment thesis around investing outside of the traditional cores. After spending the time in that ecosystem, do you have a opinion about regionalization of startups?
It's a great question. I think that regionalization comes into play when you try to leverage and lean into the strengths of your local ecosystem as much as possible, and you know, take that for all that it's worth to benefit your company. What I mean by that is, we see for a long time we saw this rhetoric about trying to build the next Silicon Valley, right, and replicate Silicon Valley, Silicon X, Y, Z, fill in the blank. And what I really see is actually each region, city or region has its own dominance in key areas. And if we can lean into that, you can be the world-class headquarters for X, Y, and Z. You know, why would we invest in an ag tech company in Silicon Valley versus in the heartland of the United States?
Right.
Who has more on the ground expertise? So I really do believe that. My time at Rise of the Rest also taught me that we are, you know, beyond the point of having to hop on the plane every time. And when COVID first hit, you know, about a month in, I was reading these headlines of XYZ large Silicon Valley firm makes their first investment virtually, you know, and I kind of smiled. We've been doing that the whole time. And yes, we will, and try to meet companies, but you know, at Rise the Rest, we had roughly 140 companies in our portfolio that spanned 33 states and 70 cities. And so to be able to operate that type of scale requires trust and technology. And you know, we did so much virtually, just like we're doing now, and all of the viewers tuned in from everywhere today. It's such an advantage. So I do think regionalization really comes into play around specific sectors, strengths. How do you help those companies access commercial opportunities immediately, and just, you know, own that market? If you're Nashville, own that healthcare narrative. And if you think of it that way, you know, I want Minnesota to be the world-class headquarters for early stage capital. You know, we don't need to think about things in the historical geographic lens we've always thought about them.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that personally. You know, when you look at responses to COVID and different communities, when they have clusters, they need to respond differently. You know, there's each community sort of finds its own value prop, its own unique differentiator, and really being able to lean into that. I think it's going to be something that we see more and more of. For, you know, for example, University of Texas at Austin has one of the best computer science programs in the world, right? And this is a really natural place for us to be developing machine learning based, you know, next versions of companies, and really advancing that. And other ecosystems were historically really strong in pharma, and the Midwest is like the innovations in agriculture and sustainable energy that come out of some of these smaller places where they're driven by need. They're fascinating to me. I had the honor of interviewing a lot of the university-led accelerators all across the South and finding out what they're working on. And, you know, like there's one that just down the road from us here that does forensic innovation. So like Texas State has a whole ecosystem just about forensic innovation. So we're starting to see over the, you know, 20, 25 years, as the internet has matured and as technology and cell phones have matured, we're starting to see these really unique value propositions that make it easy to plug in, find people that have subject matter expertise, find capital that's interested and can drive, you know, the sales channel, relationship door opening type of stuff that a real value added VC can do. So I think it's going to be exciting, and I can't wait to see what you do next. So
Thank you.
Can I like tickle that out of you? Is there anywhere I can?
For your help. We're going to be sharing, you know, in the next few weeks here, but suffice it to say that my commitment is extremely strong to early stage capital, more of it in more geographies. And, you know, my personal commitment is to do everything I can to help build a more diverse ecosystem, not just here in Minneapolis, but nationally. And that means at every level. And so we want to help be a part of broadening those networks and demystifying them and letting more people in and facilitating all the intros that we can. So more to come very, very soon, but I look forward to, please all stay in touch, and I would love to work together.
Great. Well, we did post your LinkedIn profile in the chat channel, so you may get some new LinkedIn requests. What's the best way to follow you? Is it are you Twitter? Or are you more LinkedIn?
I'm super active on Twitter. I'm at Mary Grove on
Okay.
Twitter. I do love to engage and respond, and yeah, I would love to meet more people.
Great. All right. Well, we've got some Q&A. We've got some great questions that have been posted. From Sarah, we've got, when female entrepreneurs present to male mentors, there are a lot of blurred eyes and deaf ears. Why waste time asking for money from male investors?
Well, I think we need to be a part of intentionally, dismantling institutional structures that don't work. And the best way to do that, in my mind, is right through the main street. So, plus there's a lot of capital to be had there. So I think the best way to prove investors wrong, and in this case, if it's male mentors or male investors, it's by wildly succeeding and making a ton of money, right? And they're never going to make that mistake again of passing up on an opportunity that had $1 billion exit or $1 billion valuation. So I really think that staying the course, and those who are the most progressive are going to win and be a part of that change. So I don't think it's certainly not a waste of time, but I do think that the hill can be harder to climb. And so figuring out those funds who can help be co-investors or be your first commitment and help bring others into the round, that is really, really helpful. I've experienced that a ton with, a number of the female entrepreneurs I've invested in have said, you're the first woman I've ever pitched, or I'm pitching a company in the female health space. And, the question keeps coming up of, why is this a problem? And it's a problem for hundreds of millions of people around the world. And so I do think it takes time, but the exact way to change this industry is right through the front door. So I would encourage you to please, keep doing it, and let's build $1 billion businesses that exit for huge amounts of money, and compel everyone to get on that train.
Yeah, the narrative that I just want to encourage women to actually to take the time and to have the confidence to believe that they can be selective in the fundraising process, right? Diversity is increasingly important for venture, and there's funds that have a really high get it factor, and there are funds that are actually truly passionate about supporting great companies regardless of gender. And I think that in the next 5 years, women will be able to pitch, get better responses, and should look for strategic investors who don't just write checks. They're active, they make introductions, they're really on your team. The next wave of venture and the shift into this venture 2.0 world, I think is probably, in my opinion, the next big wave of transformation in startups, right? Where really our sector isn't that old. Silicon Valley's not that old.
Right.
And so as it's matured, new people are coming into the sector, and the regionalization and the funds like Rise of the Rest that are popping up in local ecosystems, they have high get it factor. So I'll get off my soapbox and get back to the comments.
No, I think
Mary,
that's such an important point, Melanie. And I think that, for the entrepreneurs in the room, right? Who do you want to take money from? Who's joining your team? Who's going to be with you? Who are you calling at 11 p.m. in a crisis? And I encourage you, it's a two-way street. I consider myself tremendously privileged that the entrepreneurs who I've backed have chosen me or chosen us and chosen. It's a two-way street. You're going to spend a ton of time with your investors. And so 100%, it is more than, smart money is what you want.
Yeah. The better the investor, the more time you probably are spending with them too. So it's just like picking a co-founder in many ways. So Mary Ann's asking, what was your most memorable investment that you've made? I'm sure there's many, but
yes, it's hard to pick one. So I will call out two briefly, but one is a maternal healthcare company in Los Angeles called Mahmee, Mahmee. And it's a brilliant co-founding team, mother-daughter founding team, Melissa and Linda Hanna, The daughter is the JD MBA CEO, and her mother is the chief nursing officer. And they built this brilliant maternal healthcare platform, which they define as pregnancy through the first year of baby's life, that really disintermediates and sort of wraps all the care into one SaaS platform that is just brilliant. I would encourage everyone to check it out. But they've been, doing this work, and we're driven by the fact that, Black mothers are disproportionately impacted by the healthcare system. It was one of the reasons that they started this many years ago. So that's one that stands out. And the second was one of the last investments, most recent investments that I made in a company called Bridge. Their full name is Bridge Money, based in Chicago, Illinois. They're brand new. Check them out. But they are building a mobile payments platform, mobile first payments platform for the underbanked population in the United States. And so they disproportionately work with families and friends of the incarcerated. And that is, people ask, is that a social impact investment for you? And I think, no, I think it's a venture style, ROI investment in a fintech company, but they happen to have this element of the people they're serving. It's very, very good for society and for the world. So I think those are two that I would point out as two that I'm really, really proud to work with and continue working with.
Those are amazing. Okay, Margaret Santiago, is there a specific fund that invests in COVID-19 solutions? My startup, Lavendale Health, connects COVID-19 plasma donors with critically ill patients, streamlining the blood transfusion process.
That's a good question. I haven't, and I very well may just not be on my radar. I'm unaware of venture funds that have spun up specifically for COVID-19, but I would say, looking at the nature of this company, it looks like a software, like more of a marketplace potentially. So I think it's a great time to knock on the door again of traditional healthcare funds who are looking for solutions to innovate in this time. And so that would be, long list of great healthcare investors, groups like OCR Ventures, Arboretum Ventures, FundRx, 30 Ventures in Madison, maybe some of the traditional strong healthcare investors. The other would be, I know there's a group out of Mayo Clinic that they do this great thing called, it's not Shark Tank, it's called Walleye Tank, because walleye is a big fish here in Minnesota. But they recently did a showcase on startups that specifically are in response to COVID-19. So that might be one to check out and see if they can help broker some introductions to potential investors.
Okay, well, I can't refrain. I was going to say I'll refrain from commenting on. That's not the most women-friendly name ever. Walleye Ventures. Walleye Ventures. I'll just
mission. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mary, have you ever considered opening up the Silicon North Stars to non-Minnesotans?
We would love to eventually. My dream, and I'm very open-minded about, we could open source the whole thing. And if people wanted to take the exact sort of formula in a box and run it in their state or in all 50 states, that would certainly be a dream. For now, what we're finding is this program is impactful today because of its depth versus breadth, meaning the experience for one student. It's about the intimacy of the cohort and experience. And we thought about the type of access that we've been able to get for the students isn't something we could replicate 100 times a year. For example, to go into the Facebook headquarters, and that's not something that they open up regularly to the public. And so I think that if anyone wants to talk and wants to bring this to their community, I would be more than happy to share the not so secret sauce. But here in Minnesota, I think for the next few years, we have to be heads down, focused on our population. Our needs are so immense that I will be part of this for a long time before I would say we solve the problem.
Hey, looks like we may have lost Melly, but we'll keep going with the Q&A if you don't mind, Mary.
Yeah, I'll read it if you want, or do you want to?
Yeah, if you can read it, go ahead.
Sure.
What are some strategies you recommend to founders when evaluating if a VC is a good fit for their business?
I'm really glad you asked this question, Jake, because I think it is really critical. Oftentimes, you're really eager for the capital and you just want to close the round. What I recommend doing is thinking about, fully research the VC as much as possible, both the firm level and also the partner or the person who's leading the deal, because that's ultimately who you're going to work with. So figure out if you can find out, what values does this firm, what values represent, their business. I'll look at their portfolio companies. If you can, ask for a reference of another founder they've invested in, or just, blind reach out to someone yourself. Figure out things that are important to you. Are they investing in female or diverse founders? Or do that research, and then directly in the question in the Q&A in your meetings, I would turn it on them and ask, what type of support do you offer to your portfolio companies? And it's definitely a two-way street. So I think figuring out the behind the scenes and then the direct questions of different scenarios. I also, make sure you read the term sheets thoroughly and figure out what controls do you need in place for your business. For example, we had an experience where a company had a board that only was comprised of angel investors, and ultimately they made the decision to push out the CEO, and there wasn't an institutional investor on the board. So just thinking about the whole strategy of what's that fund and that partner going to bring to the table, that investor, make sure it's a great fit in both directions.
Great. We've got time for another question, 2 questions. All right. Hema, I'm not sure how we say your name, but you've been putting some great comments in the live comments. So thank you for joining us today. When pitching investors, how do you convince male investors that having a family won't deter you from focusing on priorities and the companies?
It's an excellent question, and it's really, heartbreaking that one even has to ask a question like this, right? I think it's my personal view is, talk about your values, your priorities, your work style, not just for yourself, but for the company that you're building and for your entire team and culture. And if that's not a vision that an investor's on board with, then I personally would not be inclined to take their capital and move on to the next one. And that goes for, male and female, but having family-friendly cultures. And often when startups are young, we find, some cases where teams are super young, they may just be out of college and they're all in that same phase of life. But guess what? Those employees are going to mature in age as well and move on to different phases of life. And if that culture is built from the ground up from day one, that's what we want. And so I think it's pretty, but I understand the question. I understand why that is intimidating, but I would be 100% upfront about these are the priorities for the company that I as CEO want to put forth for my business. And I hope to get on board with that. And we know that teams that are, happier are more productive. Teams that have more flexibility tend to produce better outcomes. And I will give an anecdote. When I was at Google, running Google for startups, my team was about, 50 people around the world, and we were 2/3 women. And in the time that I was there, we had 9 babies born on the team, including my 2. And we just seamlessly covered for each other. We didn't have funding to hire any backup support. We just all handed the baton off and supported each other. And it was, I've seen it in action in a large high pressure environment. I've seen it in action at the earliest stage startups through some of the companies I've worked with. And I know that it not only can be done, it is better when it's done that way. So I encourage you to hold your ground and keep your values and articulate them.
Yeah, love it. All right, we have time for one more question. Arish, shout out to Arish. She's one of the original Capital Factory, started early in her career, and it's great to see you here, Arish. All right, she asked, can you touch on the topic of representation in VC and the shortage of female, more specifically female of color partners in VC funds? What are practices that VCs can take to source more diversity?
I think that diversity, in venture capital, we desperately need to move the needle at all levels. So the first level is LP, who's putting capital, limited partners who are investing in these funds. How do we broaden the base of who can put capital in? And that may mean, reaching out beyond institutions, reaching out to individuals, reaching out to thinking creatively about the ways that funds raise money to begin with. Then at the general partner level, or at the partner level, how do we bring in more? I think we need to relax some of the antiquated, rules that some firms have around what's that path look like, or do you have to have been CEO of your own startup, or other barriers to entry? Like some firms have GP commits, which means, you know, the general partner needs to commit. Typically it's 1% total of the fund, of their own capital into the fund. And that's prohibitive for many people. So I think there's ways to creatively rethink, why do those rules exist, and who are we getting, how else can we get to show that these partners have skin in the game besides writing their own checks into the fund? We should be all aligned from a financial perspective. And I think it's the last piece, which I think is critically important, is just, will more people emerge who can invest in funds to help emerging fund managers, right? It's really hard to raise a fund. And often the feedback you hear is, you know, you're a first time fund, or you only have 2 funds, or you only have 5 years of track record to show. Venture is a long-term, long game, right? So I think it's if people are willing to come out, take a risk, and if you look at the data, it's showing there's really, really good outcomes when, you know, when diverse people invest money. So I think it's at all of those levels. But if you are interested, you know, my plug here is, if you're interested in getting into venture, now is a great time to knock on the door, raise your hand. You know, there are all different types of roles too, not just investing, that help one have an impact in, understand the industry. If you're interested in moving into an investment role later, you know, maybe there's an in there as well.
Yes, great answer. And thank you so much, Mary. Always a joy. Thanks for your time today. Thanks for sharing your many years of experience and wisdom. We're lucky to have you. Thank you.
You too, Melly. It's such a privilege and delight. And thank you to everyone for tuning in. I look forward to staying connected.
And I just want to give a shout out to the Capital Factory Dream Team, Mary Ann, Min, everybody that made this possible. Thank you for putting us together, and of course Accenture for believing in having an amazing online virtual event. How awesome is this?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you both for your time. Thank you, Melly, for moderating and for always participating in Women in Tech. And Mary, you're such an inspiration. I really enjoyed your talk.
Thanks, Marianne. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yep. Take care, you guys. All right. So we have about a 3-minute break. Oh, hey, Brittany, you're back.
Hey, Marianne, I'm back.
So we have about 3 minutes before we hop into the next session. I see a lot of great questions in the chat. Everyone who is interested in funding should stick around for this next panel.
Definitely. But who's not interested in funding? Let's be real. Whether you're a founder of a startup or not, if anyone is interested in funding me, no, I'm just kidding. Except for I'm not. So how's it going, Marianne?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I was like feeling very inspired by that last session.
I know.
Mary and Melly are both such rock stars, and just getting to hear their wisdom was awesome. And Major General Norris, what an awesome, awesome person. I was like, she's just amazing.
I know, it's really amazing to be able to kind of witness the greatness of people who you may or may not have heard of or know. I mean, in my case, obviously Melly, as a Capital Factory person, I know Melly, but it's great to be able to be introduced to so many other great people and women in tech through this platform, even as an employee, as we're all participating in setting up this event. It's been honestly tremendous to be able to be involved at any level. So
yeah, how are you feeling about Epic Office Hours a little bit later?
I'm really excited. We're doing it on another platform called Hopin. And so I just came back from setting it up.
How many companies are participating?
We have 51 people registered. So that's companies and mentors, investors who are going to be meeting each other. So if you're not familiar, Epic Office Hours is rapid fire curated networking sessions that our team, the mentor team and the investor team, set up for a select number of companies who apply. This time around, we have, I believe it's 22 companies who applied and were approved for Epic Office Hours, and the same number of mentors and investors who will be meeting with those companies. So it's just like a really excellent opportunity to meet people, especially considering that this is Women in Tech, and the people who have signed up are signing up specifically for that reason.
Yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations. I can't wait to hear and see Epic Office Hours happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. If you ever get a chance to apply in the future, please do. We'd love to have you.
Yes, definitely. How many Epic Office Hours have you hosted at Capital Factory?
Oh my God. Me personally, I started November 2018, and we usually do them once a month. It's a very different event in person and virtually, which is not an answer to your question, but it is.
Yeah.
So I think I've done 2 virtually so far, but we've had, I think, 4. And then in person, you kind of lose count because, again, we do them about every month with our road shows, which are also really great. Okay, so.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being here again, Brittany. Small talking with me. I think we have all of our panelists for this next panel. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Jill, who is our Senior Venture Associate here at Capital Factory. Hey, Jill.
Hello, how are you ladies?
Good. I love your sparkles.
Oh, thank you. It's my first time wearing real clothes in about 3 months.
I love it. Well, I'll go ahead and leave you here if you want to introduce the rest of the panel, and we'll bring them up.
Absolutely. Well, welcome everyone to the Alternative Ways to Secure Funding panel. I'm really excited about this. We have 4 amazing women that are all leaders in their industry, but in very different areas of venture funding. We have Kim Folson joining us from Founders First Capital Partners, Laura Baldwin of Golden Seeds, Brooke Routland of Republic, and Noelle Tuss of Long Capture. Let's see, is everyone up? All right, welcome everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? I just want to do a little audio test.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, welcome panelists. Each of you have such unique backgrounds and specialize in very different areas of venture financing. Could you each please share your background, how you got started in the world of venture, and then give us just a high-level overview into each of your firms. Let's start with Noelle.
Okay. Well, hi, everybody. As Jill mentioned, my name is Noelle Tuss, and I'm the Director of Government Contracts at Long Capture. Upon graduation from the United States Air Force Academy, I commissioned as a nuclear missile operator. It was an awesome career field with an even better mission, and I'm forever grateful for my opportunity to serve our nation. When I separated from active duty, I pivoted into government contracts where I became the contract lead on a multi-billion-dollar effort in Las Vegas, Nevada. Long Capture was established in early 2019, and I've been on the team for about a year. At Long Capture, we help small businesses grow through strategic funding opportunities. One of the main pathways that we utilize is the SBIR STTR program. You will find that the government loves acronyms, so let me put that into real words for you. SBIR is a Small Business Innovation Research, and STTR is Small Business Technology Transfer. This program allocates federal budget dollars to research and development, helping small businesses bring the most innovative tech to the warfighter.
Wonderful, super exciting. Kim, we'd love to hear more about your background as well.
Sure. Well, thank you. And hello, ladies. I'm so delighted to be amongst such an esteemed group of folks talking about something I really enjoy, which is funding businesses led by diverse founders. So I have been on the other side of the table, founded 6 companies, the 6 tech companies, the first one in the crazy .com era after spending 8 years in the corporate arena from various venture-backed tech companies. Was fortunate enough to, with those companies, raise over 30 million in venture, and of the 6 companies, exited 3 and found that there's a better way than starting something and having to exit very quickly. And so looked at, when I get to the other side of the table, building companies that I would categorize as built to last. And so got involved as an angel investor with revenue-based funding in the early 2000s, and looked at, best models that would be able to support those companies. And so in 2015, launched Founders First, and we are the largest platform to fund and grow diverse founder-led companies. We provide an accelerator on the front end side. We are a direct investor. We're one of the largest in securing $100 million in capital. We closed last year. And then on the other side, we provide advisory support to the companies we fund to help them grow.
Wonderful. 6 companies. Wow, that's a lot. Congratulations on those 3 exits, by the way. And Laura, we'd love to hear more about your background and work with Golden Seeds.
Well, again, I'm so happy to be here. I'm Laura Baldwin. I have a background in mostly on the corporate finance side. After graduating from college, I worked in investment banking and equity research in New York for 5 years. And then I worked in corporate finance and investor relations for a publicly traded Fortune 500 company. And then we were acquired, and I was trying to figure out my next steps. And then I ended up working with my father. We have a small family office managing his investments. And I learned about Golden Seeds. I knew nothing about entrepreneurship and investing in entrepreneurs, and knew nothing about any of that. But I learned about Golden Seeds and the mission. I was so interested and joined Golden Seeds, which I love. And so to give you some background on that, we were founded in 2005 to help narrow the gap in funding between female-founded companies and male-owned companies. I think we all know the gap here. Just to give you a quick statistic, I think from 2004 to 2017, I'll get to that later. So we have, since 2005, we have invested $120 million in 170 companies. And these are very diverse industries, from healthcare to B2B and B2C technology to consumer. And so we, we love what we're doing, and I think we've really helped this area. We were one of the very first groups to help fund women, and there have been quite a few that have been started since then, which has been great. So that's just kind of a quick overview of Golden Seeds.
Wonderful. Such an amazing firm. And Brooke, we'd love to hear more about your background and experience with Republic. We actually just had 2 of our portfolio companies launch on Republic this week. So super excited to hear more from you.
Awesome. No, we're excited as well. Hi, everyone. I'm Brooke Robbins. I'm a senior associate on the investment team at Republic. My background, I actually started in the nonprofit space. I was still in college when Republic was born in 2016 out of the SEC enacting some new legislation called Title III of the Jobs Act, which allowed for non-accredited investors to participate in startup investing for the very first time. I spent a year abroad in Asia working more on the nonprofit side of things as an operator, and then joined Republic shortly thereafter, kind of after being involved in entrepreneurship more broadly. And I've always been super drawn to Republic's mission, which from the very beginning has been all about democratizing the fundraising landscape, both for founders and then also on the investor side as well. So really excited to be here and excited to kind of dive in a little bit deeper on how we support female founders and others. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yes, well, we're happy to have all of you. Kim, Laura, and Brooke, first question for you all. So to just give a little bit of background, the share of VC dollars that flowed into startups founded by women or perhaps a group of women hit roughly $3.54 billion in 2019. This number does seem like a lot, considering it has the B at the end of it, but it's really only about 3% of total invested capital in 2019, so a very small percentage. I mean, obviously the numbers are trending upwards, but we still have a lot of room for growth. Each of you invest in very different areas, but all of you have a female founder in your portfolio. If you guys all don't mind, I'd love if you could highlight a female founded company in your portfolio and why you chose to invest in them. And Kim, we'll start with you.
Certainly. I would say that the majority of companies that we fund are female-led and actually diverse founders as well. And our category is women, people of color, military veterans, members of LGBTQ community, as well as those in low and moderate income areas. Just as you mentioned, that statistics about being such a small amount of women get actually venture dollars. There's a small amount of companies that are categorized as tech companies. In fact, most companies that are founded by women are not tech companies. There's more service-based businesses. In fact, Kaufman has done a lot of research around the number and types of companies that are started. Now, what we do with our businesses is we help these businesses that may be service, manufacture, whatever, become tech-enabled. And so these two companies that I'm referencing, they started out as service-based businesses for mid and large-sized companies. We're helping them looking at the need of their market and support. We're able to help them develop a SaaS product so that they could add tech enablement, improve their margins, and also improve the overall value of the company. The first one I want to share is a company called Clarinet Solutions. They're a premier IT service provider, and they actually are specialists in helping companies work from home, which remote workforce. So this is very timely, but so it's hard work. A lot of investors don't want to take companies through that transformation. They prefer that they already are ready, investment ready. But we recognize in order to move the needle, which is over 60% of businesses that are in this realm that may not get not only VC dollars, but they may not get traditional dollars either because they may not have the personal assets or credit profiles to meet that requirement. And so we help them become tech enabled so they increase their value and increase the wealth and economic opportunities for these businesses.
Wonderful. And how about you, Laura?
So I want to talk about a company called Cognition Therapeutics. This is just an amazing company that has developed a novel approach to treating Alzheimer's disease. And we found out about Cognition, I guess they came to Golden Seed probably 8 or 9 years ago. And the co-founder and chief scientific officer is a woman named Dr. Susan Catalano, and she is just so impressive. She is just amazing, and she has developed this. We started with the whole idea. And so I'm sure people know what a difficult process is to work on drug development. And so it's been obviously a long process. And when we first met her, they were just at the very beginning. Well, last week they announced that they got a $76 million grant to help them with their phase 2 clinical trials. So they have made incredible progress. And there has been a lot, you've probably seen a lot, all of the big drug companies, all of their treatments for Alzheimer's haven't been effective. And there's been a lot of, I think people have been discouraged because we all know what an issue it is for everybody and people's families. And their approach is different from the others. So we're still hopeful that they'll be able to succeed there. But Susan is just a rock star. She is so impressive. And it's just been great to watch from beginning to end. And it's difficult for drug development because most of them don't work, but we've seen a lot of progress. And so that's one I want to highlight.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Brooke, how about you?
Yeah, I will talk a little bit about Nano because they were the first female-led company to raise $1 million in the platform, which was a super exciting milestone. In terms of kind of why we loved the business, and just for quick clarification, so Republic doesn't directly invest in companies, but we do become partially investors, and you can think of them as like portfolio companies because we take part of our success-based commission in the form of securities. So we were super excited about Nano because we love the product. It's an on-demand marketplace connecting parents to sitters. So if there are any parents out there in the audience, I highly recommend that you check them out. And then also, most importantly, of course, we loved the founder and the founding team. Liz is amazing. She wowed us from the very beginning. They have an entirely female-led kind of leadership team of people with kind of robust industry relevant experience, really amazing people. And they had, of course, also great metrics in terms of like traction and growth and user engagement, really high retention rates and things like that. So all around, we were super stoked about the opportunity, and we're so glad that they were able to raise so successfully with us as well.
Wonderful. That's very exciting, especially when you hit the 1 million mark. Noelle, so many women don't even realize they actually have the opportunity to receive venture funding, let alone non-dilutive funding through the government. Tell us more about your work with Long Capture and how you guys are helping women secure government funding through SBIRs and all the other acronyms that you had previously mentioned.
Yeah. So first I want to get into a little bit of what SBIR is and like why the program exists. So the SBIR program is a federally mandated program for all agencies that have research and development dollars that are over $100 million. So these agencies must allocate 3.2% of that budget to their SBIR program. Just to give you some numbers behind that, in 2019, that was equated to $3.3 billion. The DoD had the largest group in that of $1.8 billion. So each agency has their own proposal requirements and funding amounts, but the eligibility in the program layout is mostly the same for all of the agencies. Some of the main eligibility factors for the program include the company being majority owned by the U.S. citizen and the work being accomplished in the United States. The phases kind of mirror 1 of a feasibility study, 2 research and development, and 3 that federal acquisition. The government, as you had mentioned, does not take equity in your company with this program. What many people don't realize is that there is actually a set-aside indicator for women-owned small businesses within the SBIR program. While this is still a competitive process, having this registration can help your proposal in the SBIR rounds, since each agency has a benchmark in which they must meet, which is equated to women-owned small businesses. At Long Capture, we guide our clients through all of the phases of the SBIR process, assist with their contract administration, and strategize on upcoming opportunities. We work one-on-one with our clients to ensure that they hit all of their federal business goals.
Wonderful. It's exciting to hear more about that. That's an interesting area that I'm not as familiar with, but love learning about. So Kim and Laura, both of your firms have been leaders in the industry, focusing on minority founders and in particularly, female founders before it really became a focal point of the industry, with all these numbers being exposed about how women and female founders are really underrepresented where, venture dollars are allocated towards. So how are your firms really leading the charge, and what can other firms do to increase their investments into minority and specifically female founders?
Laura, you can go first. Yeah, I think with Golden Seeds, I think we're continuing to to do what we always have done. I think we're looking to potentially be more proactive in terms of looking at the pipeline of companies. I guess so, even like with minority founders and just kind of widening the net a little bit. So I think we're continuing to pursue all of that. I think in terms of other VC firms, especially firms with male founders, I think with them, I think it's kind of being more proactive. I think it's not just saying we don't see these companies, they don't apply. Well, expand that net, look at the pipeline, make it more, and it's not just here's who's meeting with us. Go out and find those companies, because there are plenty of companies. There are so many companies with wonderful women founders, minority founders who are doing amazing things. And then I think the other thing when we're speaking with say male-led VCs or other ones, I think really it's, let's talk about the bottom line. If you look at all of the studies, companies with at least one female founder outperform the male-led companies by 63%. And, there are lots of statistics talking about that, and women on boards and things like that. But I think that might be the place to start. So at least they can see, well, this is a reason to do it, and then meet all these amazing women and see what a great opportunity it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I, in the spirit of our current activities, I think that it's going to require action and accountability and outcomes. And until there's some actual accountability and outcomes associated with that, unfortunately, there's not going to be a whole lot of change. But with that said, another word that's being used is ally. People are frequently selecting companies which represent them because that's their comfort zone. So that's going to require that there's more alliances built between organizations if they really want to diversify their pool of businesses. As Laura mentioned, many people use the statement of, I don't know anybody who meets this particular category. So that means that they're going to have to build some alliances with people and other organizations that may be diverse than them, and really have some milestones and outcomes to make certain that if we are targeting to see X number of companies, that those percentage of companies are representative of those areas, because those companies are out there. I mean, there's businesses launched by women and people of color are growing at a much, much faster pace than otherwise. So those businesses are out there. And it also means that they've got to be comfortable with maybe them being the minority in some of the events, because there's all kinds of pitch events that are going on that bring you access to a diverse level of founders. The other thing is, as part of that alliance, it may be that they partner in alliance of participating in a smaller precision of pools that are investment pools that are targeted to these earlier stage or seed stage or accelerator stage organizations where they'll get access to those companies. And so those are some of the things that they can do now to increase the level of diverse investments.
Yeah, and not to mention women produce better returns, so it's good, financially speaking. So Brooke, in May 2016, the SEC enacted the Title III of the Jobs Act, which allowed, the U.S. population, the majority of us, to start investing in startups for the very first time. But the legal requirements are obviously very sticky, and this required, the world to launch a founder and investor friendly platform to allow, individuals to actually invest in startups. So you all founded Republic, which is super exciting. I know our portfolio companies love it. But could you just share more about the platform for those that are not familiar with it, and how it has helped female founders gain access to capital?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of top level, Republic is an investment platform. We help startups raise capital, and generally speaking, companies can raise up to $1 million from their own communities, in addition to, of course, Republic's investor base of 500,000 investors as well. Regardless of their accreditation status, regardless of their net worth, and investors can invest, as little as $100 or as much as $100,000 into a campaign. Republic's mission from the very get-go has been always about, democratizing, the funding landscape, both in terms of like founders who can get funded and investors having access to really awesome startups. And it's no secret that the VC landscape has been super biased for a very long time. A large part of that is the fact that the people writing checks tend to look a certain type of way. And to Kim's point, oftentimes people invest within their comfort zone, so to speak. And that can be really detrimental in terms of expanding access to capital for female founders and founders of color and veteran founders and all of those types of things. So what's really neat about an open investment campaign is that you're opening up the investment opportunity broadly. And it's proven a really effective way to democratize the funding landscape. We were super proud in 2018. We kind of did an analysis on the business of diversity. At that point, 2% of VC capital was going to female founders and 1% to founders of color. We found that on Republic at that point, 40% of investments on the platform were going to female founders and 25% to founders of color. By no means is that enough. We have a long way to go. But it's been really exciting to see kind of initial proof of concept over the past 4 years on all of that. And then to that end, kind of looking to further that a little bit more over the past year, Republic acquired SheWorks, which is a kind of robust network of female entrepreneurs led by Lisa Wang. We acquired them in an effort to really further that mission to get more really awesome female-founded companies on the platform. And we host periodic challenges that provide winning female-founded teams with things like onboarding credits and VIP kind of onboarding, access to special partnership perks and things like that to help lower the barriers to entry to raising. So all of those things kind of encapsulate Republic's commitment to diversifying the funding landscape. And we're super excited to continue to host amazing female founders. So if you are a female founder or know anyone who's looking to raise capital, definitely send them our way.
Absolutely. That's wonderful statistics. Very impressive that, 40% of women are receiving the funding there. And to all of the panelists, we have an audience full of founders and women that are perhaps even looking to jump into the startup realm. How do you recommend that founders get in contact with you? I know everyone has different preferences from Twitter, LinkedIn, warm intros, cold intros. Would just love to hear how the women can get in touch with you, since we're at a virtual event. They can't approach you guys afterwards. But Kim, let's start with you.
I'm always open to having people, request an opportunity to connect. The best way to connect with me is via LinkedIn. So just send me a message.
Wonderful. And how about you, Laura?
Yeah, the same as LinkedIn. One thing I will say, if you are a startup located in Dallas, Golden Seeds does host a monthly office hours for up to 4 companies. So if you would like to get some feedback from us, it's not a funding discussion, but it's just a brief discussion of your pitch and your company. And so we have up to 4 of those, up to 4 companies per month. And if you are interested in doing that, you can go to the Golden Seeds website at goldenseeds.com.
Wonderful. And Noelle?
I'm going to follow the trend here and say LinkedIn as well. Also, you're more than happy to go to our longcapture.com, and you can always get materials there.
Fantastic. And last but not least, Brooke, how do you recommend people get in touch with you?
Yeah, for sure. You guys can find me on LinkedIn as well. My full name written here is where you can find me. Or if easier, pretty easy to remember, my email is brooke@republic.co. So feel free to shoot me an email as well. But looking forward to hearing from everyone.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for your time. We are going to open it up to Q&A now. Let's see. So we have our first question from Deanna. She says, she's asking, any advice for pre-seed stage, needing funding to help build the tech portion? Anyone want to jump in for that question?
I mean, I guess I'll just say, and I know this isn't always an option, but certainly the friends and family route, I mean, it's something that we always like to see if possible. I know that sometimes with founders, that's not always an option, but I think that's probably where I would start if possible.
I was going to say, if you are US based, then you could always apply for the SBIR program. Phase 1 is that feasibility study. So it could be a really low concept. Going into phase 2, you can develop that on government dollars. So that would be a great opportunity for you to look into as well.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I would go the grant route if you didn't. There's a number of folks, especially in the minority community, that may not have the friends and family resources to invest in their initial rounds.
Yeah, and a website that you can go to that's free resources is sbirstttr.gov. There they lay out the program for you and kind of give the levels and funding and any opportunity you can really find on there. But I definitely think that grant route and going in feasibility to research and development would be a great way.
Absolutely. Wonderful. So let's see. We have a question for Laura. Golden Seeds has a $50 application fee, and given the changing landscape of inclusion, is Golden Seeds thinking of eliminating that fee?
As far as I know, I mean, that's not something that we have discussed and may be coming up in the future. I guess what the application fee is it's to apply to be considered to go for screening for Golden Seeds. And what I will say is that you have to meet the investment criteria, so you should be further along. Like, we're not a pre-seed or a seed stage group. We invest typically in like a Series A or maybe a convertible note going to a Series A. And I don't know if the $50 application fee would still be an issue at that point. But I think I don't know if as far as I know, we're not looking to eliminate that.
Okay, got you. And for everyone else in the audience, feel free to write questions in the chat. On the right-hand side where it says live comments, you can write questions and our panelists will answer them. I just have a question for you all about, the current venture landscape. How are each of your firms, investing at a time like this? What companies are you seeing that are getting venture funding and perhaps not? Just curious overall opinions on the venture landscape right now. And Kim, we can start with you.
Certainly. Well, similar to like Laura mentioned, we do have a criteria of companies we work with. The companies that we focus on are companies that have that are revenue generating, and specifically the people that we fund have to be a specific level of funding, because there's less investment in by either angel or traditional investors or institutional investors in businesses led by women and people of color. That presents a really great opportunity for us. We have people come through our programs that we are running all the time. So if you go to foundersfirstcdc.org, you can find out about our most recent programs that we're hosting. But we still do the hard work of helping these companies improve their tech enablement, adding recurring revenue so they can become much more appealing to if they choose to go the route of traditional funding at a later date. But that's what we're doing as far as investing today.
Fantastic. And Laura, how about Golden Seeds?
So when all of the issues with COVID started, the first thing that we did is we reached out to all of our portfolio companies to see how they were doing. What can we do to help you? What does your runway look like? Do you need to raise money? And so what we did is those were the first companies that we focused on. Quite a few of them still had enough cash. Some needed to raise money. And so in terms of going through our normal process, investors or members were investing in some of those companies, typically where they probably had already invested. And then in terms of other companies, we're still looking at going through our normal processes. I think we're still trying to see what the appetite is going to be. I think there probably is appetite for investing in new ventures, but I think it's probably going to be less than it was before. I think people are just going to be even more cautious given what's happening.
Got you. And Brooke, are you guys seeing more companies actually join Republic at a time like this when maybe investors are a bit on ice? Curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so we've been super fortunate in that kind of on the investor side. We haven't been, I think, as impacted as the venture kind of space generally. Investors are still investing on Republic. April and May were actually our best months historically. So okay. Yeah, I think we're probably benefiting a little bit from what a lot of kind of internet companies are benefiting from, which is people being at home and having time to kind of check out the companies in the platform, realizing that they're really awesome and kind of getting in on the ground floor there. Also, average kind of metaphorical check sizes on Republic are relatively low. So that's maybe kind of what's helped us or protect us, so to speak, from some of the downfall of the COVID kind of impact. But from the company side, for sure, we've seen a pretty big influx of interest from companies that are finding it harder to raise privately, or maybe they were, kind of looking to close around and things fell through last minute. So we're just excited to be able to help companies, fill that gap in their funding journey and really secure the growth capital that they need to keep going and growing on pace.
Absolutely. And Noelle, I know a ton of our companies have been working to secure SBIRs and a few of the other grants. Have you all seen an influx of companies applying for them? What does it look like right now?
Yeah, so it actually has increased because although the economy is fluctuating, government funding is still mandated and the program is still mandated, and they're still they still need to spend that money. So we're still on track for all of the rounds of SBIR this year. The last round is going to be in October. So we have clients coming on after, like you said, things have fell through or their business has been a little bit slow and they're wanting to go into the government avenue. They're starting to come in, starting to understand the process so that we can apply.
Wonderful. And we have a question from Cora Ann Meave. We can pull that up on the screen. She says, how do you recommend women approach discussing their family motherhood in relation to getting funding? Does that ever come into play?
Unfortunately, sometimes you would think that it wouldn't, but it has. I have had a number of friends that have gone through and raised capital, and people have asked, from a decision-making standpoint, what is your priorities and those types of things. So you would think that, I think that given the social climate that, it's less, but unfortunately there are some people who do view that, that may not be the profile of people that they're looking to fund. But I would go through and say that, you need to find people that have, culture and values that are aligned with yours and that they're going to respect you. Basically, as you're going through the prep for investment, that's your best indicator of what type of partner they're going to be to you. And if they don't respect the fact that you can be a mom as well as be lead a company, then they're not the best partner for you. So that's unfortunately the reality that we're in.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Well, actually, so recently, about 2 weeks ago, I was speaking with one of our portfolio female founders, and she is pregnant right now in the midst of a fundraise. And she said it's very interesting because since all of the meetings have been virtual, no one's been able to see the bump, and she's had no issues with the fundraising piece of it. So it's interesting to see virtual versus in person, how that's affecting women, and particularly women that are looking to start families, raising money. We have one last question from Sherry Werner. She asks, would your company be considered a female-led company if the founding team consists of 3 females and a male CEO?
For Golden Seeds, yes. We say female founder, co-founder, or someone in the C-suite. And I think also the women need to have a significant piece of the equity. Let's say you're a co-founder, but you have, 2% of the company. I mean, I think that's probably not likely. But yes, your company would be eligible for Golden Seeds. Same for us. We look at the equity ownership that the company has, the women and underrepresented members of the C-suite team as well.
Mm-hmm.
Same here on Republic as well. We count anyone who's in the C-suite. So whether you're the CEO or the COO or the CTO, as long as there's kind of a woman in the leadership team, especially 3 women, that's really awesome. Totally counts for us.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to government contracting, in order to get that women-owned small business certification, it has to be 51% owned by a woman.
Okay. Very good. Well, it looks like it's all across the board a yes. We have another question from Laura Schill. She asks, if asked about family versus business priorities, is it okay to ask, essentially in return, is this a question you also ask male founders?
I would ask, what was their concern? And, once finding out the basis of them asking that question, and how they use it, how this impacts the relationship with them. Again, it goes back to, understanding, how they're going to work with you as in partnership to grow your company.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, Kim, Laura, Brooke, and Noelle, thank you so much for joining us today and really pulling back the curtain into the world of venture financing for female founders. We look forward to having you all back with us soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good. Thank you so much, ladies. What a great panel. And I learned so much. Thank you, Jill. You are a wonderful host.
Always great to be here.
All right. See you around.
Have a good one.
Hey, Min.
How's it going?
Good. How are you? Your Women in Tech event is running so well. Congratulations.
Well, you've been working the MC gig beautifully. It's been exciting to kind of hear all of this stuff and some hard questions and some
important questions.
Totally, yeah. Some truths being spit out, and I think that's refreshing to hear. We've got a couple of things coming up soon.
Yes, we're running ahead of schedule,
which is nice.
Yeah.
I think now you can get some water, take a break, stretch your legs. Our next session will start soon, but at 2:30 we've got Epic Office Hours.
Yes, which we talked about before the last panel extensively with Brittany.
Yes, and so that'll happen at 2:30, and then we've also got our next session culture of perception. So this one I'm excited, Marianne, because it's talking about how maybe work culture is perceived a little bit differently from leadership versus the employees and people kind of working on the ground there. And so Accenture did this really great study that kind of talked about the different factors that that kind of make a difference in closing that perception gap. And so we'll hear from these three esteemed panelists, kind of their perspective.
That's awesome. That is not a session that should be missed.
Yes. I think too, we'll let everyone kind of have a break. Where's everyone joining us from? Let's get back into the chat a little bit.
Yeah.
If you want to drop where you're from, I think we've seen people from New York, from Brazil. What other places have you seen?
North Carolina, lots of Austin, lots of Dallas. I think I saw Fort Worth. Let's see.
Waiting in the chat. Dallas, Spain.
Okay.
We got Paula from Spain.
Wow, welcome. Denton, yes. Austin, great.
Love it. We got Dallas, Denton, Austin. Well, and so if you hadn't joined us at the beginning, let's reintroduce ourselves.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about ourselves.
Okay, I'd love to do that. Sign me up for that.
Marianne, what's your role at Capital Factory?
Marianne is my name, and my role is Director of Programs and Events. So what does that mean? That means I have the privilege of getting to manage and work for men.
For me. I work for you, Marianne. We
work together, Ben.
There we go.
And so I get to oversee all of the DEI programming, all of the wonderful programming that you put together, our Innovation Council programming. We have an Innovation Council here at Capital Factory. We also, all of our defense-related programming. We have a big event coming up in July, Fed Supernova. It's a event that's happening July 14th, 15th, and now 16th. It's what else? We have all of our accelerator programming that happens here at Capital Factory, and community programming, which Rebecca in the chat runs a lot of our community programming.
Totally.
What about you?
My name's Min. I am a program manager at Capital Factory, and I get the privilege of working very closely with Marianne, who is, if you don't know, is also a great improv actor. So that's why we put her on stage. We tap into those special skills that she has, in addition to the crazy amount of project management and just spinning plates that she does here at Capital Factory. It's so great. So I am a program manager at Capital Factory. I lead our diversity, equity, inclusion programming, and have the privilege to be able to bring together a lot of these summits that we're able to do. We're focused on 5 underrepresented groups in tech entrepreneurship at this time, which includes women entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs, Latinx entrepreneurs, LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs, my people, and veteran entrepreneurs as well. And I'm seeing in the chat some more. We got New Orleans. We've got Kendra Scott, Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute at UT Austin.
Oh, yes, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
H-Town, Houston, Brooks
That's
and
right.
Claire, I see you. Shelly from Louisiana.
Yes.
Love that. Yeah, and then Rebecca also shared, we'll share some a LinkedIn group that people can connect with as well. It'll be an opportunity for you to kind of connect with each other, exchange those virtual business cards, I guess, right? Since we're now all virtual. So look out for that link.
Yes.
We'll be sharing that soon.
Yes, I think I saw it come through earlier and I went ahead and joined. What a great way to connect virtually. I feel like me and you, Min, have tested like every single platform that exists right now to see what is the best experience to host all of this wonderful programming. And I'm really excited to see all of the innovation and cool stuff that's coming out. And happy that we here at Capital Factory get a chance to implement some of the best tools.
What's everyone, if you've been with us since the beginning, feel free to share in the chat something like a tidbit that you've learned and see what's like a good takeaway that you've gotten from some of these conversations. We'd love to hear from you. Rebecca just shared the LinkedIn group in the chat. Cora Ann said, Marianne, that y'all should set up an improv date at Capital Factory.
Would love to. Entrepreneurs and improvisers, very, very similar.
Thinking on your feet. I think everyone's thinking on their feet in those two groups for sure.
Exactly.
I'm actually based in Austin, but I have this great green screen thing at Capital Factory that I'm utilizing. So I'm like literally looking at a green screen right now, but y'all are seeing, let's see, Dallas. This is from our Dallas office.
Yep. That's the mural by the VR space in Dallas.
So it's always fun to, when I was able to visit with over in Dallas and kind of be able to support the office over there. We've got a great team. I saw Brian Chambers in our chat over there. Cora shared a great quote from Mary Grove. Do you see that, Marianne?
Yep. Don't see hierarchies, believe in yourself. Put it on a t-shirt, girl. I love that. Love that.
That's part of the truth that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Being shared today.
Exactly. Well, Min, what do you say we have DJ Justin play us a little music before our next session? Epic Office Hours is at 2:30, right?
Yep.
And then we will begin here at 2:35 for the Culture of Perception panel.
Yes, that's correct. So while Justin gets that on, Cora, I see that you're saying that I need to rep ATX. I definitely rep ATX. The funny thing about this event, the Women in Tech Summit, was actually supposed to take place in Dallas. So kind of the history behind for those who don't know, our Women in Tech Summit typically has been in Austin in the fall. And this year we had plans to bring that energy over to our Dallas location. But obviously with everything going on with COVID and wanting to ensure people are being safe, we pivoted virtual. And so Marianne is also actually, I'm going to tell them that you're on a green screen too.
No, I'm on a stage. This is the stage.
So we're actually both in Austin, but her gear is from our Austin office and my background is from our Dallas office. So trying to still represent in both ways. But
yeah, I think a great thing about moving everything virtually is like Capital Factory as a whole already thought of Dallas, Houston, Austin as one big ecosystem. We would take bus trips to Houston regularly. We would go to Dallas. If we were in Dallas, we'd come to Austin. And so now we're really double down and, proving it by doing everything virtually and expanding our reach a little bit.
Cool. I think DJ Justin is coming up soon with some tunes just to give us a little working session. Sean just said a magician never revealed their tricks. That's fair, Sean. I don't know. We're all about sharing our truth today, Sean. And so I just wanted to let everyone know the truth of what's going on here at Capital Factory. Justin, how about you play us out a little bit and then we'll keep this screen up. We'll probably hop off for a couple of minutes to take a little bit of a break ourselves, but be sure to come back at 2:30 Central Time. I know we've got a lot of different people, so that's about in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And so we'll see you soon. Justin, do you want to share some tunes?
from yesterday. Ooh, I feel like I lose my mind every time when you're around. I have so much to say. I have so much to say. Everything will change one day. Every moment's gonna fade, blowing over memories. Tell me nobody can love forever, but today I'll overcome my feelings. Here I am outside the door, trying to collect my thoughts. Silly words from yesterday. Ooh, I feel like I lose my mind every time when you're around. I have so much to say. I have so much to say. The loving in my heart won't break it through. I never wanna say that we are through. I'm holding on to what we still have left. And yeah, you know me. The love I give is the love I got. So don't walk away. Don't just leave it all just to watch it fade away. So watch it fade away. And yeah, you know me. The love I give is the love I got. So don't walk away. Just leave it all just to watch it fade away. So watch it fade away.
There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind. Stacking money like 365. There's a lot of things on my mind.
hold on. Been to places that I'll never go. Seen some faces that I'll never know. I keep dancing, but it's just a show. Whoa. Look up at the sky full of stars. Close my eyes, I always see the dark. Tell myself I wanna seize the night.
Hi.
Hi. Don't mind me, just dancing.
How was your break?
Good. I got a La Croix, not sponsored. Oh, read the looks.
You're on a green screen, remember?
Oh yeah, it's a green La Croix.
I'm super excited. We'll get started soon. But yeah, how's everyone feeling? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah. If you are participating in Epic Office Hours, you should already be in your first session. So if you're watching this and you're supposed to be there, check your calendar invite.
That's correct. There you go. Let's see. I saw Tiffany had posted that she's really looking forward to this next panel. So we're super excited to bring this panel to life soon. I saw some other shout outs from Houston, Marcy.
Yep, Marcy P.
Giselle had said that she's from, they're from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Ooh, yes.
Loving the international representation here.
Me too. Me too. It's super exciting.
Have you been to Brazil?
No, I haven't. I worked with this amazing woman who was from Rio, though. She was so awesome. I really want to go.
Nice.
Have you been?
No, I can't say that I have.
All right. Well, we need to go. Giselle, can we stay with you? Just kidding.
Let's see. Where are y'all at? Y'all are being so sleepy in the chat.
Maybe they're getting lunch. Maybe their mouths are full. Their hands are full. They can't type.
That's true. We've got we've gotten a great amount of streams throughout the day, about 200 to 300 people coming in and out. So I know y'all are out there, and I appreciate it. We appreciate you joining us, and we're super excited to start with this next session soon, in about a minute.
Min, after this session, what can we expect to see the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, so after this session, we've got an exciting kind of mental health workshop, kind of practicing self-care, which I think is super important these days.
Yes.
With everything going on, and just making sure that we're, prepared to be our best selves and to help affect change and support everything that's going on. So after that will be our startup showcase pitch competition, which will be exciting to kind of highlight some really amazing founders in our community for a little friendly pitch competition.
Yeah, I love it. I'm looking at the founders that we have lined up. Sales Boost, MeBotBot. We have Tag, Neuro Rehab VR, SimiDigi. Wow, there's a lot of great skin probiotics.
And we've got a special guest judge from Sandy Carter from Amazon Web Services. So we're super grateful and excited to have her be kind of a special judge there. And we've got some other great judges, BakerBots, Notley, and True Wealth Ventures as well.
Yes, love Sarah Brand from True Wealth Ventures. Yes, Sandy Carter is an amazing public speaker. So I'm excited to hear from her.
Yeah. All right. I think we're about ready. Marianne, do you want to? I'll kick it over to you to introduce the rest of them, and we'll start hearing from the panel.
Yeah, sounds good. So let's go ahead and bring up Yesenia, Candy, and Mandy Price.
Hi, Marianne. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Happy to be here.
Great. Glad to have you. I'll just step out and let you guys kick it off and have a great session.
Thank you, Marianne. Welcome, everyone. We are excited to be with you. I've been in the sessions, all afternoon. They are incredibly dynamic, incredibly informative, and really supportive. And what I love about the conversation thus far has been that it will echo in the conversation that we're about to have between Candy, Mandy, and I. I want to give just one more opportunity to express our gratitude to Min and Marianne and others from the Capital Factory for pulling this together, for making it fun and engaging throughout the entire afternoon. I want to thank Candy and Mandy for being here with us today. I'll give them a chance to introduce more about themselves as we get into the meat of the study. And just by way of reintroduction, my name is Yesenia Reyes. I am part of the Accenture. I'm a managing director in our public service practice. I have worked in our government organization now for reaching 14 years. Coming up next week is my anniversary, and I'm really thrilled to be part of this event. Taking place in Texas. Here in Dallas and across the country, because I'm born and raised in Dallas. In my first career, I was a nonprofit director in Dallas. So this community, this topic and this career experience is just deeply personal to me. So I want to set the context for the study that Accenture launched several years ago and has updated, and it is called Getting to Equal, and this year's update is 2020, Getting to Equal 2020. And what it explores is the culture of equality. And what this study has done over interviews with more than 1,700 senior leaders, with over 40,000 employees, 50% women, 50% men in that survey, over 28 markets, is bring together the thinking on what creates a culture of equality. What are the characteristics of that culture? And we have found that 40 workplace factors influence our advancement as women at work. And where more of these factors are present in the workplace, all workers are more likely to advance, and of course, women. So it's an important topic to explore. And under the best of times, right? We know that we have challenges in the workplace, and under the current context, right, we can imagine that we've got even more. So we truly are at an inflection point. And when it comes to workplace culture, what we're finding is that there is a large gap between what leaders think is going on in the culture and what the employees say is really happening on the ground. Imagine that, there's a gap. And I want to kick off with one of the big findings, and then, like I said, I want to give Mandy and Candy an opportunity to introduce themselves as we present the first question to them. So really the premise again of this is that 2/3 of leaders surveyed, 68%, feel that they create an empowering environment. That is, an environment in which employees can be themselves, where they can raise concerns, and they can innovate without fear of failure. Just 1/3, just 36% of employees agree with that notion. Employees increasingly are caring about workplace culture. We believe it's important to help us thrive in the workplace. This was reported by 77% of women and 67% of men surveyed. So employees' voices are going to continue to rise, right? They're going to continue to speak up and be loud and clear about what's important. And so this is a topic that we have to cover time and time again, because we want to create those cultures where our workplaces are where we thrive. And again, as our workplace continues to evolve through all of the realities of today, of the pandemic, of the economic shift, of our conversation around race and racism and equality, right? These are topics that we're going to continue to explore. Another interesting statistic that came out of this study is that more than 3/4 of the leaders, or 78% of those surveyed, said that employees have good control over when and where and how they work. Interestingly, only 29% of employees agree. And in another dimension of this study, 88% of leaders said that their organizations offer training and upskilling and opportunities, but only 73% of employees would agree and say the same. So I'm coming to my first question. To make equality a reality, it has to be a priority. And so first, I'll give Candy an opportunity to introduce herself and her organization, and just reflect on what it means right now to be considering the topic of equality. And then we'll go to Mandy.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that intro. So my name is Candy Coe. I'm Director of Data Architecture at Aceable. I've been at Aceable for over 2 years now, and I essentially run the entire analytics practice, from marketing to finance, customer experience. Anything data in and out of Aceable comes through me. I've been doing work with diversity and inclusion for several years now. Even at my past jobs, I was always involved in diversity committees, and I've been the chair of our Embrace committee, which is our internal diversity, equity, inclusion resource group for the past 2 years, so essentially since I've been at Aceable. And so in my role, being the chair of our resource group, and then being someone that is also data driven and data oriented and is always wanting to look and see the numbers. So this study was particularly fascinating for me. It's been really interesting because first of all, before, the really sort of uplift of the Black Lives Matter movement, people came to me as a resource, right? Anytime that they dealt with microaggressions, anytime that they felt like a situation was unfair, I was always that resource. And so now that this conversation has come to the forefront, it's starting to open up a lot to where it's amazing the timing of this panel and the research and everything that's going on, because I think we're going through this right now to where leadership is really starting to see and understand and hear the concerns of people of color in the workplace, right? And the concerns that people may not feel open to express, right? And so this is something that I would say top down has been talked about and is constantly being talked about at Aceable right now. I mean, it's really hard work that is being done. And my thing in letting everyone know that as we talk about this conversation of equity and of making sure that people have the agency to express themselves to leadership, to always remember that this is hard work, that is this level of attention. I mean, at least in my lifetime, is unprecedented. I mean, mind you, I haven't had that many decades in my lifetime, but it's unprecedented, right? So I understand how, from a leadership perspective, how it's uncomfortable and it's hard and confusing. But I think embracing that has really helped Aceable overall take on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you for joining today, Candy. And we'll continue the conversation with you. Mandy, we want to give you a chance to introduce yourself, introduce your organization, and share your reflection on the topic.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. So my name is Mandy Price. I am the CEO of Canaries. Canaries is a platform that creates a safe space to allow people to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. So I completely agree with the study. The findings are right on track with the other research, because we know that it's very difficult for individuals to talk about issues like race or religion or gender, sexuality, any of those things, disability within the workplace. And so how do we create those forums and those environments where people are able to not only communicate with their colleagues, but also in an anonymous fashion, share their experiences with their employers. And so that's what we do on our platform, so that then we can take all of that anonymous feedback and then provide it in a data-rich kind of format to the company to really address to them, these are the things that you need to do to make your workplace better. These are the statistical anomalies that we're seeing. These are the trends, because we know that especially when it pertains to issues of race, there's usually a retaliation, a retribution, and defensiveness that immediately emerges. And so if we're able to take that emotion out and still allow people to talk about their everyday lived experiences, but use it in a fashion where can drive change within their workplace, because that's what people want. They don't want to necessarily leave their employment, but they want to make their workplace better and not have to deal with the issues that have long been persistent within our society. So when you think about the study, and as far as the gap that we see between leadership versus what kind of everyday employees feel, directly on target, and there's so much other research that says the same thing, that management and leadership experience the workplace in one way, and the perception in the workplace is, even when we look at diversity, equity, inclusion issues, most of leadership thinks that that's the problem is the pipeline, right? That there's a lack of talent, which doesn't make sense, because we know talent doesn't exist in just one race or gender or religion or whatever kind of demographic that we're looking at. So if that's not the issue, then we know that there is something deeper going on. And so I think for the first time, as Candy said, in a long time, people are starting to want to have that conversation. The idea that the way our companies currently exist, where the demographics are all of one particular demographic group, was a symptom of a long time of a disease, because we know that just knowing how people exist, how talent exists, that it should be much more reflective of society.
Absolutely. And that was a dimension that came out in this study, is that the pillars of a culture of equality are about bold leadership, comprehensive action, and an empowering environment. So, Candy, I'm going to read a little bit of the factors that, what the study found as factors that influence advancement. And I'd like you to share kind of either where is a current focus of your company, and maybe share, an experience of how over the course of your career experience, you have grown your leadership in any one of these areas. And the first dimension of these three pillars is going to be bold leadership. What we found in the study was that, gender diversity, when we express bold leadership, that gender diversity is a priority for management. We found that a diversity target or a goal is effective when it is shared outside of the organization. That we demonstrate bold leadership when the organization clearly states the gender pay gap goal and ambition. That we progress on gender diversity, that it is measured and that it is shared with the employees. That leaders are held accountable for improving gender diversity, that the diversity target or goal is shared inside the organization, and that the leadership team itself is diverse. And you're from a middle-sized, organization. So can you share a perspective on what you are tackling now, and an experience of how you've grown your thinking and your expression of leadership among maybe one of these factors?
Absolutely. So it's been a really interesting time, because one thing that I've been harping on as leaders at Aceable, as managers at Aceable, especially, Aceable, we're an online education platform, right? We provide high stakes education. So real estate licensing, driver's licensing, and we're wanting to expand into other verticals. So at least one of our products are things that we hope to be aspirational to students, right? So we want to make sure that we internally are holding the values that our students reflect as well, right? And that our students can feel comfortable using us as a product. And so in order for us to internally truly reflect those values, we as leaders have to be honest with where we are, right? So it's always started with being honest and open in terms of where are areas that we have made mistakes in past as leadership. Where are areas that we drop the ball in terms of covering a certain topic or addressing employee concerns in a certain way, right? And being honest and open with the people who look up to leadership in terms of, this is where we made a mistake and this is where we intend to move forward, right? And me being, head of analytics at Aceable, I've done a lot of work in the back end to make sure that our statistics are being put together and aggregated in a clean and concise way as well, right? And that we've taken a look at our numbers, we've taken a look at our data, and we know where our strengths are, we know where our weaknesses are, and we know where our opportunities for growth are, growth are. And as a part of our future goals, this is something that we intend to automate and make a part of our corporate rocks and a part of our corporate culture, right? And so stepping up to be bold and fearless and ask the questions that need to be asked, right? So one example is actually sort of a recent example of having to be bold in this role is, we have a lot of things that ACEBL's been doing as initiatives, but I recently had to sort of shift the focus away from how much money we can give, what are things we can do physically or, intangibly, to what does it matter if we don't change the inside of the company, right? It doesn't matter how much money we give. We can give $1 million if people still don't feel comfortable to share their experiences, if people still don't feel empowered in the workplace. And so just stepping up to make sure that leadership is focused on the right things, right? I mean, I'm not saying that donating is not important. I'm not saying that taking action, I'm not saying that donating resources and time is not important. But if the people internally cannot thrive, right? If there are no sanctions for microaggressions internally, if there are no documented promotion policies in terms of how people, go up, right? So these are all things that we have been focusing on. And as leaders at ACEBL, it's important that we're just honest and authentic. Like, one of our values is be authentic. And so owning and acting on these values of authenticity and knowing that we may not be where we actually are, and then listening to people in terms of what they believe has been important. And just throughout my life, the times where I've had to be fearless, times where I'm like, people are not going to like what I have to say, times that people may think that what I say may or may not necessarily agree with it, but at the end of the day, it's something that needs to be said, needs to be done. And I think that's what's really important in all this is making sure that we have data to plan, articulate, and be transparent in terms of where we are and where we want to be, and that we are open, fearless, honest, and bold, and that we lead by example.
Thank you for that reflection. Mandy, another pillar of a culture of equality is an empowering environment. And I'm going to share, just a couple of those factors that influence this empowering environment. And then we'll invite you to reflect on either an area that you're working on, or again, kind of your perspective on this dimension of culture. An empowering environment is one in where employees have never been asked to change their appearance to conform to the company culture. Another element of this environment is that virtual and remote working is widely available and is a common practice. Another dimension is that employees can work from home on a day when they've got personal commitments, or they can decline a request to work late without a negative consequence. That that sexual discrimination and harassment is not tolerated, and that that networking events within a company with company leaders, right, with those decision makers, take place during office hours, right, so that we're all have equal access to the time. There's also an element of leadership has a positive attitude towards failures, right, to learning fast. What are your reflections, in your own workplace, and as you've seen workplace dynamics evolve, about how we're getting better at empowering environments?
So when I hear a lot of what you describe, I think of the idea of a human-centric business, and people have started to use these terms as well, regenerative business. The Business Roundtable last year at Davos, I believe, came out and said that the value of a company cannot strictly be to maximize shareholder value. That there's so many other things that corporations are able to do and have effect on in greater society. And so I think there's more and more attention being paid to that we have to not operate in a silo and just think that our employees are, little machines who don't have lives that affect, their everyday work experiences, that we have to realize that we have to have this human-centric approach in order to truly ensure that we are increasing this, innovation, employee engagement, all the things that we know when we have this human-centric approach in our fostering diversity, equity, inclusion in our workplaces exists. So I'm very, very encouraged by the way we're seeing business leaders approach these issues, by the way that we understand that we have to have that human-centric approach. But I think it's going to continue to take us all of our collective voices to move forward to make that happen, right? The reason why we've started to see companies take these actions is because their employees, frankly, are demanding it. One of the things that people ask when they're on job interviews is, can I work remotely? They're asking questions about the parental leave. They're asking questions about what kind of policies that the company has in place. And so, this is something that has been held very closely to the vest of companies, where you may, when you get your offer letter, have information about, what your salary is going to be, but you have no idea on like the host of other factors that have so much of an effect on your day-to-day life. So, that's some of the things we show in Canaries. We provide transparency into all of that because we think it's so important that people have insight into that culture. I also wanted to briefly talk about some of the things that Candy said, which I thought were so key and instrumental, is that, as we as employees have the ability to kind of move our companies forward on these issues. And I think we have the power to move them so much forward than the government, right? I think the key to a lot of this change is the private sector, because we have the ability to move at such a greater speed. And, when we're looking at what do we need to do to address these systemic issues, not just looking at, well, what are we doing with respect to outside organizations with police brutality, but what are we doing internally within our own organization? One of the things that motivated me to create Canaries was because I practiced law for 12 years. I was a partner in a law firm, had worked on the diversity committee, was the head of our ERG, same thing, Women's Task Force. And I felt that so much of our work was what I call kind of programmatic. Where we were celebrating the months. We were celebrating Black History Month, or celebrating Women's History Month, celebrating Pride Month, which are all important, so not to negate those. But the actual work of looking inside of our organization and saying, well, why is it that when we start out, we have this amount of women that come in, but when we actually look at who is ascending to partnership, it's 18%. We started out at 50% coming in, but 18%. There was no introspection on what is it about our policies that are perpetuating these inequities. So I just wanted to kind of add on to what Candy said, is that, although we definitely want to support outside groups that are doing that work, we have to be committed to doing the hard work and doing the work internally within our organizations as well.
Mandy, so well said. And I'll round out the pillars, right? The 3 pillars of culture equity by just sharing, some of the actions that form the comprehensive, some of the factors that form the comprehensive action pillar of this culture. And it's exactly some of these things that you've said, right? That the organization is fully committed to hiring, progressing, and retaining women, that progress is made on improving gender equality in senior leadership roles, that there are clear policies for both men and women and the behaviors to encourage, leave, right? Clear maternity policy, women are encouraged to take leave, men are encouraged to take leave, that a company has a network for women that's open to both men and women. We heard in another panel the importance of, of allyship, right? That we've got an organization that is looking at hires from different backgrounds, right? Just because we're hiring into a technology or a finance or whatever the specialty, the focus may be of our organizations, that we understand and value that diverse experiences are going to yield, that innovative mindset. So let's pivot to that, to that topic, because part of what we found in our study is that when the culture grows in its equality, there are 4 times women are 4 times more likely to reach senior levels of leadership. Men are twice as likely to gain, and so everyone benefits. We also found that innovation is a powerful multiplier of growth into true numbers. That if the innovation mindset in all countries were raised by just 10%, that global GDP could increase by up to $8 trillion in the next 8 years. And so I've been thinking a little bit about innovation and the way that we think about it in Accenture, and I'll share that. And then I'd like to ask you the question of how innovation shows up in your workplace. The way that we think about it is that it is an individual's willingness and ability to show up, kind of with this innovation mindset. And what is it? It's having purpose. It's alignment around and support for, the common purpose. It is autonomy. It is feeling that you are trusted to follow through. It is having resources, the tools, the time, and the incentives necessary to create, creative thoughts, innovative. It's inspiration, tapping into creative ideas from beyond the organization and being able to bring that into the thinking. It's collaboration, having working and being able to work seamlessly, right, with other departments, or with cross-functional teams. And experimentation, the ability to bring forward new ideas quickly without the fear of failure. Those are the components that really bring about an innovative workforce and a workplace. And so, Mandy, I'll let you start with, how does innovation show up in your organization?
So, just that. So, absolutely agree with all of that. And I think, the reason why we see innovation stifled is kind of going back to the original question that you posed, right? Which is people being uncomfortable to speak up. And so when we look at even the percentage of workers that are actively disengaged or disengaged within the workplace, it's over 50%, that have this kind of disengagement. And that's because people aren't invested in things if they feel that they don't have a voice. They're not listened to, their ideas aren't going to be accepted. And so obviously once we allow and create these safer environments for people to use their voice, we see this increase in innovation. We see people actually being able to express them themselves and bring forth ideas into the discourse and increased collaboration amongst their team. So it's very, very important. But, you talked about the increase in GDP that results. But I think a lot of times when we talk about diversity and inclusion, people view it as this very amorphous idea. And so that's why when you're able to show the increases that it's going to have, not only the company's bottom line, but there's also been a lot of research that shows if we reduce the gender parity gap, the poverty rate would be reduced by 50%. So these ideas of D&I are not kind of these amorphous concepts that don't have real effects on society. It's very important that we address these issues and that they're given the priority and the attention from the most senior levels of the company, because it truly does affect every aspect of our society.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go to an audience question. Candy, I'm gonna let you answer this one. This is a question from Danielle. The power dynamic between employees and managers often stifles creative, collaborative conversations that can progress these issues. What is your recommendation to create a safe space for discussion?
That's a great question, and it's really interesting in the size company that ACEable is currently at right now. I came to ACEable when I think around maybe 95, 96 person, and now we're over 200. And so the access to leadership, access to, Blake, our CEO, to other people on the V team has started to widen a little bit, right, as we grow. And so one thing that has at ACEable particularly with my team and, people on my team feeling empowered to talk to leadership is that it's important that managers, and we have manager meetings, every other week at ACEable that we talk about these kind of things, right, is that managers, these middle-level managers, are really important in making sure that people from entry level and above can essentially articulate the issues that they need to articulate. I mean, to Mandy's point, making sure that people are comfortable enough with their managers to share ideas and share the things that they need to be collaborative is very important. I mean, I've had experiences in the past where I didn't feel, and not necessarily ACEable, but where I didn't feel comfortable sharing an idea to a manager. And, I never said anything, and then time progresses and I could have shared that idea back then and it becomes a better idea later. And then we've lost all this time and I ended up hurting the company in that way. Right. And so people feeling open enough to not only collaborate with their managers, but then have other areas of recourse whether it's through PNC, business partners, or essentially other opportunities, there are other platforms as well, such as Mandy's platform, to share and have these conversations, right, in a place that is safe and open. And so I would say if you don't have that type of conversation, that relationship with your manager, looking for HR business partners who can have that conversation with you, and just also relying on other platforms as well, I think is a good way to move forward.
Yeah. I'll share a perspective. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say one other thing I just wanted to add to what Candy said was also this is where ERGs are helpful as well. I know not every organization has employee resource groups, or sometimes they're called resource groups. But a lot of times these groups are able to organize and kind of be able to put ideas in a group environment, right? So that it's not Mandy saying that she had this idea, but these are ideas or suggestions coming from the women's resource group or the Black employee resource group or whatever kind of group, so that then there's not that direct kind of retaliation that can result against that individual employee.
Thank you for adding that. I was about to share that, right? We are a 500,000 person firm, right? So when you think about how do you create, open, collaborative, truly dynamic spaces, our ERGs, our HR business partners are really important ways to create that safe space. And I will say that one of the things that is what makes a company like ours, right, for me, incredibly impactful, that it's even the raising the issue to one person is saying, Candy, I really need to step away from the project work that we're focused on right now and have a conversation with you about this topic. What's a good time, right? That we can really, when we're not distracted by the busyness of it all. Because I think that one of the things that really starts when the wheels are turning and time moves faster than we do, busyness is often a big obstacle, right, to being able to create safe spaces. And so as I think about, and I'm a leader in our ERGs, that's one of the coaching that I often give to people that are saying, I'm not able to speak up, or I'm not getting the time, is I encourage them to go back to the individual and ask for it, and ask what is the right time, right? If not now, when might we carve off, the few minutes or the time? And typically, we're met with, with that moment of, yes, this is important, right? So I think courage has to show up continuously, in our workplaces, and it's courage and it's encouragement, right? That we keep lifting ourselves to raise our voices and to address the issues, and to not leave out the small team dynamic or the small group opportunity as an additional way of creating a safe space to tackle a hard issue. Another fact that came out of our study is that we do have a small group of leaders that we're calling culture makers. These are leaders that are really in tune with the workplace. They recognize the importance of cultural factors like pay transparency and the availability of family leave and the freedom, right, to help employees grow and thrive. By way of numbers, they skew to be female and a little bit younger. They are a more gender balanced group. About 45% of what we would call culture makers are women, and about 68% of them are millennials. And so here's the question that I have for you is, as you have grown your career and as you look out, right, it's also a moment to express gratitude that, to those that are culture makers in our advancement, is who do you consider a culture maker in your career that has helped you kind of, navigate to the accomplishments and milestones that you've been able to reach? And Mandy, if you want to start with that.
I was going to say there have been a variety of people that have kind of helped me at different stages of my career. But when I think of culture makers, that's a little bit difficult, I think, for me to answer, because you know, the whole impetus of me leaving my careers that I was in is because I felt like those things weren't available, and that I was, you know, trying to create a platform to advocate for these changes that we're talking about right now. So although I had, you know, great mentors and things of that nature throughout my career, I would say kind of a culture maker or someone advocating for a lot of the changes that we're talking about, it would be hard. Now, obviously, with some of the work I'm doing now, there's a lot of people that I look up to, a lot of people that are definitely advocating for these issues. And so I would think of someone like a Steve Garati, who is the former chief diversity officer of Coca-Cola, had really taken an aggressive stance towards, we need to make sure that we look at data of every single nature of our process. Like you're talking about, Yesenia, where we're looking at not only pay, but we're looking at promotion, we're looking at every single step of kind of the talent acquisition and performance management cycle, and making sure that we're actually doing real data, right? I talk to so many organizations and I say, do you have metrics around your diversity, equity, inclusion? And they say, yes. And then when I dig in and start talking to them, they're measuring demographics. They're just looking at, we lost this many women, we lost this many Latinx, but they don't have any real metrics around equity or inclusion within their workplace. Yeah. And so when I think of someone who has been bold on that and really advocated for organizations to take that that kind of courageous steps and to not be afraid to say we don't have it all right, but we're working towards it, and that's a sign of strength, I think of someone like him.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to, Candy, I'm going to ask a question that's come in from Isabella Whitfield. She asks, you know, how are companies being held accountable to hire and retain diverse workers? Are they holding themselves accountable, or is that the responsibility put on the shoulders of employees? And it touches a little bit on what Tracy has just shared, right? You know, that often the data that we are collecting is demographic, and you are a data scientist, and you can help us, you know, learn more about the different dimensions of data.
I love this question. So it's interesting because as we know, there are compliance laws, right, that certain companies have to meet after they get to a certain size. But there's, I would say in my experience, especially at A School, there's been a couple ways that we have been held accountable, right? One is employees holding leadership accountable through ERGs, as Mandy mentioned earlier, right? So making sure that we do what we can to increase diverse hires. And that is something that happens organically, consistently, and is always a push. Another is having the commitment from the top from the beginning, right? So Blake, our CEO, being 100% committed to diverse hiring. We signed the diversity pledge, which is something that as a part of the Startup Diversity Pledge, we commit to having, you know, transparency in our statistics, as well as, you know, hiring and having at least, I think the goal is to have at least one person of color in the final round, or two people of color in the final round, right? So we have openly committed to these things. So we're not only holding ourselves accountable from an employee standpoint, but we are holding ourselves accountable externally, have other startups that have started the Diversity Pledge holding themselves accountable. But I think it's interesting because when you look at diversity statistics internally, right, you'll look at a breakdown of just race, gender breakdowns, right? And you may say, oh, we're doing a really great job hiring women. Look at how many women we have in leadership roles, right? But whenever you start to look at the intersectionality and say, okay, well, how many women of color are in these leadership roles? How many women of color are on the board? You know, then things start to get, and sort of like the issue starts sort of rise to the forefront, right? And so it's really about making sure that you're measuring the data about your employees and about your company and your workforce in the right way. Whenever you're asking people questions about race and ethnicity, make sure that you're allowing for multiple race checkboxes, right? Make sure you're asking, you know, ethnicity questions in the right way. Make sure you're asking questions about experience, right? Because people may be able to rate on a 1 to 5 scale how they feel about something, but asking open-ended questions about experience. And then not sticking just to surveys as well. I think one thing that companies do is sometimes they'll do a survey and then take that as the tactic, right? And as law, but also having these open-ended questions, town halls, follow-up discussions, and getting the qualitative data. And as a data person, it's like qualitative as the words come out of my mouth, but I do appreciate it, right? Because it provides texture and richness to the hard numbers that you're looking at. And so I'll say not only having hard data that is accurately measured and conceptualized and operationalized to make sure that we're measuring exactly what we need to measure and the way that it needs to be measured, and also having that qualitative data as well to make sure that the experiences are being captured in that way. And so having a combination of all that at your disposal, and then holding yourselves accountable internally and externally, starting from the top, is how ACEable has been working to keep and retain diverse hires.
That's great. I think another dimension that is important to this conversation is that we also lift up and start to talk beyond, gender demographics, right, or racial demographics, because we have an LGBTQ community, that has identifiers, and if we think about what are the barriers to culture of inclusion and equality, our community, needs more ways of being seen and heard, in any one of our organizations, right? That's certainly something that we have, that we've got to be doing better at. We've got to be looking at this and asking ourselves, where are we getting our information? Who's missing from this? What dimension is missing, right? It's like, we need to be able to bring that lens to our work.
Yesenia, can I just say one thing in addition to that question that we just got? A lot of companies release their EO1s. Well, I'll phrase that. Some companies release their EO1s. But one of the things I think we can do to continue to hold companies accountable is encourage more companies to release that information. Mm-hmm. And so that's a way where we can continue to hold companies accountable. I know on the Canaries platform, any company that's ever released their EO1 that we're tracking on our platform, we include it there so people can see that. But I think that's a way where the general public is able to have more insight and provide that accountability. That's maybe sometimes hard as an individual employee, right? But within your organization, you can encourage them to release these EO1 reports. Do we lose Yesenia?
Hey y'all, just popping in here. Appreciate the discussion. I think we might have lost Yesenia for a little bit, but if we want to go to this question for either one of y'all, I think this would be great. Joelle asks, I appreciate that you have mentioned vulnerability. Can you share a time when you demonstrated vulnerability and if it caused success immediately or became a catalyst for a future success?
So, when I think of that question, I think of kind of these courageous conversations that we're talking about. A lot of, I think people are starting, given what we're seeing right now, is to move away from the idea of color blindness towards what Melody Hobson says, color brave, right? And being more brave and courageous about talking about these issues. And so I know when I started out earlier in my career, I was very uncomfortable talking about any of these issues within the workplace. It took a while for me to develop that courage. And I remember on having more than one incident where someone did some type of microaggression, right, towards me, and not speaking up, not doing anything about it. And then probably about midway into my career, I decided that I was going to address anytime a microaggression happened. Maybe I wouldn't do it publicly in a group, but I would then pull that person aside later and talk to them about it. And so I can speak of an incident specifically where we were at a work event. It was a hiring committee event where there was, recruits and things like that we were trying to get there. And someone were making a joke and said, well, did you get into Harvard legitimately? And I was frozen at that moment of trying to figure out, well, how do I respond? It's a group. Should I cause a scene? And I, the next day, went to this person who was in leadership and told him how this made me feel, that I thought it was very inappropriate. And they responded positively. They said that, they apologized. They said that was inappropriate. I was trying to make a joke. I shouldn't have, said that. And I felt that it did set up a way for that person to really kind of think more fully before they say things. And I think they were much more intentional going forward. So at that moment, I was very vulnerable. I didn't know how this person was going to respond, if it was going to affect my career. But I do think that those moments are teachable moments for both parties.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had technical difficulty, but I'm back in.
No problem.
We wanted, before we run out of time, because our conversation will go quickly. People want to know how to get in touch with each of us. So, Candy, what is the best way to get in touch with you if people should want to reach out?
Just reach out to me at Candy, CANDI at aceschool.com, and
Mandy?
I'm happy to talk.
At Mandy, MANDY at Canaries, KANARYS.com.
Great. And I'm available through LinkedIn, Yesenia Reyes, Accenture. You can find me, and also at my email, yesenia.reyes@accenture.com. I'm delighted that people find this topic interesting and dynamic and want to reach out. As a way of continuing the conversation, I appreciated that there was a question about the vulnerabilities, right? How do we show up to work in a really hard these are hard topics. Mm-hmm. I wanted to just go back to another question that was, or a comment that was coming in through the chat about metrics being tied to employee performance reviews, and as well as the corporate, as well as the corporate KPIs and metrics. And I'd like to share with you, and then I'll invite each of you to share how you incorporate this, because this it's a passion, right? It is a calling to open the doors, to more and more people to come into the corporate sector. And so, one is in my priorities, we have a very rigorous performance achievement process. And and I intentionally think through, what do I want to accomplish this year, and and have rigor around it, right? I don't want to go through my day just kind of hoping that I help my company meet our desired workforce culture. I am intentional about where I spend my time doing it, and and I think companies large and small have different ways of engaging in the culture, in the culture conversation, and it's how we behave as individuals, as supervisors and managers, and how do I desire to be experienced by my team. It is about being part of the ERGs, like we already spoke about. It is about being strategic and impactful in how we recruit, where we recruit. Where will I show up, at a, to do interviews or to speak at conferences where we're trying to recruit, right? Because it matters that, that people with a heart for this show up and tell a story and become part of the network that everyone needs to grow, in our companies, large and small. And so it is a company imperative at the very, highest level. And we see incredible commitment from our CEO, Julie Sweet, our global CEO. We see it from our global CHRO, Ellen Shook, and you can find them on, on different social media platforms and in the news, sharing their vision, their commitment, and their results to our culture and our inclusion and diversity aspirations, as well as our North America leaders, right? I'm part of our North America market. So I happen to be part of a company that takes this, that actions this, not only from the aspiration, what kind of company do we desire to be, aspire to be, but also how are we doing against that aspiration. And so I believe that this is twofold, right? That we tackle this topic from the top down and from the bottom up. I am an employee. I can express my, my metrics and, and share that with others so that it becomes a meeting of, of the top down and the bottom up, desires. So Mandy, how do you express your accountability as an individual, and, and how that meets the organization?
So like most organizations, we have KPIs and different objectives and goals that we have set up. But our whole platform and everything's about transparency and accountability. So we take those very, very seriously. And one of the things that we do is we have everyone involved in kind of our objective and goal settings as well. We're a smaller organization. There's only 20 of us, so we're able to do that. But we do, and then we do a lot of the different things that other organizations do as well to hold their leaders accountable, as far as 360 reviews, where it's not just reviews coming from the top, but also from the bottom up. But completely agree with you that I think so often, especially with D&I, people feel like the issue is so big that it has to be something that's mandated from leadership and that comes down. But we know, and I think what we've seen recently is that the employees do have a voice and the ability to make change from the bottom up as well. And so I think it's twofold. Obviously, having leaders that support these issues are important, but employees do have the ability to make change within their organizations as well.
Thank you. Candy?
I'll say, just to sort of echo Mandy's point about having change from top down, bottom up. One thing that we found to be, extremely important and useful at ACEable is to have a bridge between the two, right? Someone who is closely tied to the leadership team, so has that constant communication with Blake, with other people of the leadership team, but someone who is constantly working in the weeds with the ERGs as well. So having this essentially, leadership team representative has allowed us to bridge the gap in communicating the concerns of the ERG up to leadership, and then that trickling back down to where it becomes this cycle, right? And because of this, we've been able to lobby for things such as having a clean cut, clear line item budget for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Another thing we've been lobbying for is having the work dedicated towards doing DE&I activities for ACEable, because frankly, this type of work is hard and it's emotionally intensive. And, we are a small organization, so we don't have someone who's a paid role for this, right? And I saw someone mention in the comments earlier how it should be a paid position, which, the level of work it involves, we understand, right? So having tied to our performance reviews, time that's actually allocated to do this work, right? That's something that we've been talking about internally, is the people who have to do this work have to take time away from their jobs. So how can we make it to where it doesn't take away from the company performance? And having that connection and the full end-to-end support. So having manager support and having employee all around. This has been extremely helpful in being able to tie our diversity goals to leadership goals to the board. And hopefully we want to one day, the end goal would be to where when our leadership team goes off for an offsite and goes to talk to the board, they're talking about these diversity, equity, and inclusion goals in the same vein that they're talking about revenue targets, that they're talking about new marketing channels. It's just another, area of the company that's being discussed at a high and important level, and given the same level of importance. Just like in the study, how they talk about how leaders, it's important to them, culture, but it's often not at the top of the list, right? And so raising it up to the top of the list in terms of importance is something that is happening now, honestly, and has shown extraordinary effects so far.
Thank you. I want to thank you both for joining this conversation. It's been rich and dynamic. Before we head off, I just want to leave everyone with that word of encouragement, right? Culture is built. Right? It is something that we influence. We know that there are factors that will lead to a more equitable and dynamic and inclusive and diverse workplace. So it is not a problem without an answer. It is a problem that requires that we invest time, energy, knowledge, resources, data, right, and behaviors. It takes action. And through this study, I hope that you will make yourself available of it as you go into your workforce and make the case for a real an objective look at what culture and the role of culture in the workplace can be to help us meet this. Help us meet these needs that our employees ask for, which is to have a workplace in which they can thrive. Once more to the Capital Factory, thank you for letting Accenture be part of this day, for letting us share this study that is impactful across the board, and for letting me meet these two dynamic women and have this, really important conversation.
Yes. That was such a great session. Thank you all so much for your time and your wisdom and enlightenment. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We're going to keep moving right along. I hope you guys are enjoying that last session. Was amazing. I'm excited to bring up our next session. This is a workshop presented by Ali Capito. This is practicing self-care in a time of crisis. Welcome to the stage, Ali.
Hi, Marianne. Thank you.
Hey, Ali. Have a great session. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here today. Very cool platform I have not used yet, but I'm learning the ropes as I go along. So as Marianne mentioned, I'm Ali Capito. I am with Accenture's Global Inclusion and Diversity Center of Expertise, and I'm happy to be with all of you today. I know it's been a long day. You started at noon. Most of you are going till 5, so just wanted to recommend everyone take a few deep breaths before we dive in. Put your back straight, put your feet on the floor, and just breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, and do that 1 or 2 more times. Close your eyes if you feel like it, and then just try to focus in on today's session, because we're going to be talking about mental health, your mental well-being, and why that matters, and practicing some self-tips we can all do together here. There's 8 tips in total, so Min, I'll have you go to the next slide for me. So before we dig in, just a little bit about me. I've been with Accenture for 8 years now. I started my career in public relations back at the University of Texas in Austin, the Longhorns, quite a while ago now. And I have been working at Accenture for 8 years, and 7 of those were in inclusion and diversity. And just recently, January 1st, I took on a new role at the company, and that is our first ever global mental health program lead for the company, which I absolutely love. And why did I do that? Well, because I was in marketing and communications my whole career. And while I loved what I was doing, I felt really burnt out doing it. And I had started in 2017 a group called the US Mental Health Allies. And we had a mental health ally program in the UK and Australia, but we didn't have one in the US. And I wanted to start one because I personally got diagnosed with a severe anxiety disorder in 2015. But I had spent 15 years battling that anxiety disorder in various forms of self-medication and things that weren't good for me. And it wasn't until 2015 when I got an answer, and 2017 when I started talking about it at work, that I really realized the benefit of paying it forward. And today I'm proud to say that I manage that anxiety as best I can, although I would be lying if I didn't have sweaty hands and butterflies in my stomach, which I get every time I'm talking about this topic. But at least I love what I do, and I talk about my anxiety openly in the hopes that others can share that their mental well-being journeys as well here at work. And so this is a little bit about my family that I've been quarantined with since March 9th, although we have been able to get back out there, and I hope that all of you do too. But I have 2 little boys, Caleb and Cullen. Caleb, the older one, is on the autism spectrum, and I have 2 coworkers who bug me all the time, named Snowball Mittens and French Fry the Bulldog. He's actually sitting at my feet right now at this office. So happy to be here with all of you today. So next slide, please. All right, so I'm gonna start with a quote, and this is a quote that my father taught me when I was really young, when I was experiencing anxiety and experiencing a lot of stress. Life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we react. And there's no more true statement than right now, when we are seeing things outside of our control all the time. With the COVID pandemic and quarantine and misinformation and social media buzzing with different points of view and racial injustice across the world, we are seeing so much happen outside of our control, and it's very difficult to react to. It's very difficult to control our emotions. And when there's that much angst outside the world, it becomes really incredibly important on each of you to pull on your own ability to cope with your reaction. So why do we need to do that? Next slide, please. Because stress can weigh you down, especially during times of crisis. In terms of 3 months now of a long ongoing pandemic that we've all been facing for a long time, and everything else that we're facing in the world with the economy and people losing their jobs and all that outside pressure. A little bit of stress in our life is good, right? It helps us stay motivated, helps stay on our toes. Our brains are hardwired actually to go into fight or flight mode to keep us alert and aware of things. But too much stress over a long period of time is going to lead to burnout, terrible illnesses, and maybe possibly having to take a leave of absence or be diagnosed with a long-term mental illness or condition. We don't want any of you to get to that point. And so what I'm going to share with you today are 8 tips that we've put together to help you manage stress during times of crisis. So next slide. Here's a list of those 8 tips. We're going to go through them one at a time. And I hope that you find some benefit in each of these 8 tips as much as I have in my 15+ year journey on this spectrum. So the first one, and we can go ahead and go to the next slide, is just to identify what it is that's stressing you out. It seems simple, but it actually is really incredibly helpful. So when you're feeling really stressed, your body responds in a couple of ways. There's acute stress, which is that immediate kind of assessing the situation for an immediate threat, right? So from back in the day when we were hunters and gatherers, is a tiger going to kill me, or do I need to go and run away, or do I need to fight this tiger? What am I going to do? That's acute stress, in the moment stress. Chronic stress is actually when you feel it over time, a little bit at a time as you go. Sorry, I have a coworker interrupting me right now. I'll be right back. Open the door. Ugh. Classic work from home pandemic situation. So basically, where was I? Let's see. Acute stress, definitely that fight or flight moment. Chronic stress is when you are feeling a little bit of stress to negative stress over time. Every single day you feel stressed, you feel tired, you feel like you can't focus on deadlines, you feel like you're getting easily distracted. You feel like maybe you don't want to eat, or maybe you're overeating. There's this always in the background feeling of chronic stress. And then the stress that most of the time, as I mentioned, 90% is outside our control, 10% is within our control. Almost all stress is caused by something else, right? There's some other trigger out there that triggers you, but how you react to that external trigger is identifying that stressor that's causing you that overwhelming feeling. And then sometimes there's just ongoing worries and fears that are internal to us that cause us stress. And those we can control, but they're still there. It's just how do we minimize the level of noise on those internal ones? Because 90% of the time, it's something outside of our control. So identify them, write them down, write in a journal, write on your phone, keep a list. What is it that stresses me? So then I can determine strategies to combat that stress. All right, so tip number 2. Next slide. I cannot stress this tip enough. Limit your news intake, especially right now. The World Health Organization actually says that when you watch the news on constant repeat, constantly checking your phone and social media, it causes more anxiety and stress than ever before. So I know it's hard. I know everyone wants to stay informed right now with what's happening around the world. And sometimes it's a healthy distraction, but not right now. And if you can do anything after today, I highly recommend taking a break, from the news, and just agree with yourself. You're going to check it once, twice a day, and make sure it's a reputable news source that you trust. With all the misinformation around out there, it just causes more stress than good if you're not able to fact check and make sure that you're looking at what you're reading is accurate. All right, tip number 3, decompression time. I got this advice from my own therapist, and I highly recommend it to all of you as well. So if you're working from home now and you're not going to the office the way that you used to, or say you've always worked from home and you just need to figure out a way to kind of decompress, block your calendar for an hour before you start your day and an hour when you end your day. And then you need to break the cycle. Try to, as much as possible, we all know work-life balance seems blurred these days, but as much as possible, spend that hour before you sign on to your call trying to let go of and decompress anything in your personal life. So write down the things that you are grateful for, write down the things that you need to deal with after work, and kind of put those aside and spend that hour that you would normally be commuting letting go of personal stuff. Then after work, same thing. You spent your whole day working, you've been completely productive, and you've got a lot of things done. Try to block that hour after you're finished working to decompress about work. Reframe the things that happened, write them down, and try to figure out ways to let go of work and let work stay at work. And I know it's difficult, but even if you just take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just breathing time during and after work, before and after work, you'll feel a lot better about separating the two subject areas. All right, tip number 4, breathing, meditation, my favorite. So research tells us that we have over 50,000 thoughts enter our mind per day. And practicing mindfulness in the present moment can help you with that. So if you're someone who constantly worries about the future, or if you're dwelling on the past, or if you can't focus on your task that you're trying to focus on at work in the moment, try to take a pause and breathe. Practice breathing. It will help ground you in that present moment. And that's the best thing that mindfulness can do, is ground you in the moment you're in so that your mind doesn't wander elsewhere. And it's okay to have an occasional thought wander in and out. That's only human. But the better you get at controlling your mind and the distractions you allow to come into your mind, the less stressed you're going to be. All right, tip number 5. Basics. So especially during times of pandemic, but anytime you're experiencing acute or chronic high levels of stress, get back to basics. And those 3 are always, always, always sleep, nutrition, exercise. We need 8 hours of sleep per night, every single human being. If you say you can get by on 4 to 5, you're lying. It's a complete disillusion. No one can survive on 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night, and no one gets a medal at the end of their lives for sleeping 4 hours a night. So try to get in 8 hours of sleep, restful sleep. Pay attention to what you're eating. Pay attention to what you're drinking. Make sure you're getting enough water every single day. A lack of water can cause stress headaches. Make sure you're getting those balanced foods like blueberries and salmon and avocado and the things that are good for you. And have a little bit of sweets and the stuff on the side too, but make sure you're getting enough of those elements that are good for you. And then exercise. And I don't mean if you're not want to join a gym or want to be part of CrossFit, totally fine. All you need to do is walk for 10, 15, 20 minutes a day in order to get in enough exercise to elevate your endorphins, produce more serotonin, and feel better. Next tip, number 6. This is going to be a video, and I hope many of you were able to download and share it, but here's a video on reframing from our partners at Thrive Global. So I wanted to share that video quickly.
For some of us, worrying is second nature, tied to our default mode, even if we know worrying isn't productive.
For some, worrying is an inevitable response to stress.
something you feel powerless to stop. And continually brooding over the past or worrying about the future can take a heavy toll on our mental well-being, affecting our energy, mood, focus, productivity, and even our ability to make critical decisions. But what if you could free yourself from your worries? Not by magically making them disappear, but by actually postponing them. There's a name for this: worry time. Intentionally schedule time in your day dedicated specifically to worrying. Recent science shows that people who schedule their worry time for a particular part of the day or week reduce their anxiety, stress, and depressive symptoms significantly more than people using standard anxiety treatments. Think about something you're worried about right now. Then find a specific time during your day or week to schedule time to worry about this. Even just a few minutes to write down what's troubling you. You can even add it to a habit you already have in place: brushing your teeth, walking the dog, or even blocking a few minutes in your work calendar to take a walk and mull things over. Scheduling worry time allows you to better control what worries you and not the other way around.
Oh, there we go. All right, off mute. For those of you who can't see, I'm witnessing wrestling between my dog and my cat. Isn't that lovely? All right, tip number 7. So practicing kindness. This is a wonderful tip. And so, by the way, that video, I'll tell you a little bit more about where that came from, Thriving Mind, after the next video, because that's our last tip for the day. Practicing kindness during this time and during any time, actually, that you're feeling overwhelmed and feeling stressed and feeling like you need to regroup. Think about doing random acts of kindness or keeping a grateful journal. I personally got a gratefulness journal at the beginning of the year, and I've been writing down 3 things every day that I'm grateful for. And it really does help you kind of reframe your own thinking in terms of what you're happy about versus what you're upset about and stressed about. There's other things you can do during this time as well to support others. So if there's a small business you know that may be struggling, buy gift cards to that restaurant or that service to use later. If there is someone who needs an extra vote of confidence or appreciation, especially your employees, your colleagues, the people around you, if they just need to hear a thank you, you're giving value, you're adding value, make sure you take the time to do that. Either it's a handwritten note or it's an email or it's a quick thanks on a call or recognition. And then volunteer. Look around at the local places here in Dallas-Fort Worth or elsewhere that you're a part of, that you can volunteer at, that you can give back to, that you can really pay it forward. It's actually proven scientifically that the more we practice kindness to others, the more of a ripple effect it has, and it will help others brighten their day. So remember to practice kindfulness and be kind. You never know what someone else is fighting internally on their own. And then our last tip is another video from Thriving Mind, and then I'll share a little bit more about that with all of you. Thanks, Min.
Having meaningful connections in your life isn't just a nice thing to have, it's a fundamental need. Multiple studies have found that positive relationships can help you live a longer, happier life, better manage your stress, build higher levels of trust and empathy, and boost your sense of meaning and purpose. But best of all, connection can reduce your risk of depression and anxiety. Studies show that the more isolated we are, the less happy we are. We experience declined brain function, and it even impairs our ability to create new neural pathways. We are simply wired to connect, and disconnection can lead down dangerous paths toward chronic anger, depression, addiction, and more. So how can we build more meaningful connections in our lives? Here are a few micro steps we can put into place. Invite a friend or colleague in a virtual coffee break. Consider going deeper on a few connections you currently have. Spend time getting to know yourself. Write in a journal about how you feel about the day and how you observed yourself. This will deepen your self-awareness and ability to connect with yourself and others.
Thank you for that. So I wanted to offer this to everyone on the call today. Our partners at Thrive Global, who Accenture's worked with for about 4 or 5 years now, have made a version of Thriving Mind available for free on their website to anyone that would like to download it and sample it. It's a smaller version of the full-length course that we've been offering to all of our employees here at Accenture. And it's a partnership between Thrive Global and Stanford Medicine. And what they did was study MRI scans of about 2,000 plus people's brains during acute stress. And they found some common thought patterns between all of them called biotypes. And so the first half of the course really teaches you about the science behind your stress and why we react the way we do to really challenging times. But the second half, which is my favorite, and those are the 2 videos I just shared with you today, are all about recharge strategies. So what can we do to recharge our brain's battery in the moment when we need it most? So if you take a look at that link there at thriveglobal.com/thrivingmind, it'll take you to the same spot. You can take a look at that, enter your information, and download it if you'd like. The other thing I'd encourage you to read, and when you get a chance, and there's also a link in the presentation materials, is our study out of the UK, which is called It's Not 1 in 4, It's All of Us. And this is a partnership research study we did with This Can Happen out of the UK for the past 2 years. And this report really does help you make the business case to your employers about why we need mental health programming at Accenture and beyond that in all companies, but why we've invested so much in it over the past few years, because by the year 2050, we're all going to be touched by some mental health challenge in our career. And the more we offer support to our employees during this difficult, tough time, the longer career they'll have, the more productive they'll be, the happier they will be. So I really encourage you to take a look at that as well. And with that, I think I'm all set. And if there's any questions, I am happy to take them. And I'll check the live comment section.
Hey, Ali, thank you so much for leading that. I think those are all a bunch of great tips. Yeah, I mean, we'll encourage people to use the chat function as well, but just wanted to pop in myself and thank you for sharing your story and everything that Accenture is investing in terms of mental health. That's really great.
Awesome. Glad to be here and appreciate the time.
Of course. Well, looks like we got some people wanting to connect with you separately, so that's great. I think just for time, I might bring Marianne up with me as well, our MC for the day.
Hello.
Marianne.
Thank you, Ali, for that very mindful session.
You're welcome. I hope that everyone gets something out of it today. So sometimes people learn new tips. Sometimes people just need to be reminded of the tips they already knew.
One thing that I really took away, and I'm glad you said it because it's something that I've been trying to practice myself, is just expressing more gratitude. And so that gratitude journal that you were talking about, I was like, I think I need to get a gratitude journal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think even just me and Min have been starting some of our meetings with just 5 breaths as a team, especially virtually. And it's really been helping, I think, like set the meeting at the right pace.
Totally.
Absolutely.
All right, Ali, well, we'll let you go, but thank you so much for, again, participating and sharing your wisdom. And I'm sure we'll be in touch soon.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.
See ya.
Hey, Marianne.
Hey, Min. All right.
We're like here.
We're here.
At the finish line with
finish line.
A pitch competition.
I'm so excited. I love watching our startups pitch. It's like, it makes me like so excited. I just like get tingle.
Look at this. We've got a great lineup of amazing founders, amazing startups, some great judges that we have on deck as well. And so we'll be getting started here in about 10 minutes, it sounds like. Everyone, thank you for sticking with us. We see y'all. If y'all want to share in the chat, just engage. If you had any takeaways from any portions of the day, we'd love to hear it. I've said this before, but we've got an international crowd today, and I think that's amazing. If there's one like kind of positive thing that's happened because of this pandemic, it's forcing us to be virtual, then also being able to connect with people that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to.
Absolutely. Expanding our reach, expanding our horizons, our minds. Loving it. So before we hear from Sandy, do you want to take a break, Min? Should we give everyone a little break?
Totally. Yeah, I think we'll get back into the stream. Again, it'll start around 4:05, so we've got about 10 minutes. DJ Justin may be coming on cue for some tunes to help us out there. But while he gets settled, Marianne, anything from the day that what's a takeaway that you got from the day?
Oh, man. I've been really enjoying all of the content. I think that Allison's session that we just had is super important right now. The culture of perception panel was just like amazing. I'm a middle manager, and it really spoke to me. I'm sure same for you, Min.
Yeah, totally. It was they had a lot of good wisdom, and that study was also really interesting to see kind of the different factors and stuff. Kelly, we're so glad that you're here as well. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. The funding panel was amazing. All of those like powerful, amazing women who get to, give away money to awesome entrepreneurs is like so awesome. Jill always does such a wonderful job moderating.
Totally. Yeah, I'm going to see if DJ Justin's around. He might be listening to some tunes himself.
Oh, yeah. Did you make a Women in Tech Spotify playlist?
Oh, yes, I did. And I think we're about to get some tunes.
Great. Share it in the chat, Min.
Yes, I'll share the Spotify playlist in the chat. We'll see y'all in about 10 minutes, if not sooner, 5 minutes actually.
Somebody's crying, go low. Somebody's crying, go low. I need your love today. I need you right away. Somebody's in this bed. Somebody feels like no one cares. Somebody's in this bed. Somebody feels like no one cares. Somebody feels like no one cares. I need your love today. Somebody's in this bed. Somebody feels like no one cares. Somebody's in this bed. Somebody feels like no one cares. Somebody feels like no one cares.
I know we ain't talked in a minute, but it's time. Living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. 'Cause every time I fall, I can feel you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, 'cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you are my sun. Underneath my skin, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shining underneath your skin. Underneath your skin.
Hi, everyone. We're back. Wow, it's me. All right, we are going to kick it off. Before we get started with our startup showcase, we are very lucky to have the one and only Sandy Carter, Vice President of Amazon Web Services, to give us a little opening remarks. Sandy is a huge, she loves women entrepreneurs, and I would love to bring her to the stage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marianne. I really appreciate it. And I love being here today with all of you guys, especially checking out the chat and seeing all the great comments and everything that have been here. So I currently work with AWS, but right before AWS, I was a founder and CEO of my own startup. For the last 3 years, I've been here working first as the leader for our enterprise workload business. So helping enterprises come over to the AWS cloud. Now I lead public sector partners and programs, which means I get to work with a lot of states and governments, education, healthcare, so many exciting areas around the world globally. For 13 years, AWS has been the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. Blah, too much all at one time. And we love helping startups. As Marianne said, I love startups. I love helping startups. And I tell you, we have a very comprehensive program to help you guys out. We have programs for go-to-market. You know, a lot of people say that startups don't ever struggle with the technology. It's really all about how to take your product to market. So we love to help you figure out that plan. However, we do have free credits to also help you in the technology area too, because sometimes the technology can be that differentiator, whether it's around machine learning or artificial intelligence or even the Internet of Things. Being able to help you with that technology is really important. And then we have some really special programs. So we are here, I know, with Capital Factory, my great partner. We work with the Army Future Commands down in Austin, Texas. And when you're working with the Army Future Command, some of the things that are really important are being FedRAMP, having a lot of the security certifications. And so we do also offer special help like ATO, Authority to Operate, that can help you with your solution as you're going forward on that too. So hopefully, if you are a startup and you're listening in, this will be really important and very interesting to you to consider using AWS. Now, a few additional awards that I'd like to just talk about. It's always day one at Amazon. And I really didn't understand what that meant until I got here, which means that we're always innovating, we're always disrupting, we're always looking for that next idea. And that's why I was so thankful when Joshua Bear asked me to kick this off, because that's what it is today for all of us here at the startup competition. Competitions help to identify these unique and disruptive ideas. It's so fun for me because I've been on the other side. I've been the person presenting and doing my pitch deck and practicing. So what would be some of my guidance? What helped me to get through all of those very interesting pitch competitions, which we all love as well? Well, first, I would say let your excitement for your solution show through. Be, just energetic about it. Don't be afraid to show that passion and that fun. I know some of you are commenting on my sign in the background. I'll just share a short story about that. So one of my solution architects had a sign like this behind him, since we're all working from home now, made of Legos. So this is actually made of Legos, Lego blocks. And I said, wow, my daughter loves Legos. So he packaged up the solution, sent it to her in a little kit right before Mother's Day and said, your mom loved this sign. Why don't you make it for her? And so a really cool story. She made it for me, presented it to me, and then he sent her a certificate about the build, that she was now a builder. So now she wants to be an entrepreneur. She wants to do technology. All that passion and all that excitement really makes a difference. As you're presenting today, I know that it's really easy to start a company. It's harder to grow a company. So let us see some of those great ways that you're scaling or you're thinking about scaling as well. I would also just ask you to let us as judges know where you need help. I would love to help you guys out. I see Jasmine on here. I see Sarah on here, Tiffany. If you guys are looking for some assistance, make sure that you ask for it, because we would love to know what else we can do to help you as well. So in closing, I want to say thank you for inviting me to be a judge today. Special thanks to Capital Factory and Accenture. It's a real passion for me to support entrepreneurship and especially women in entrepreneurship. I'm looking forward to these great presentations. So let's bring it on.
All right. Thank you, Sandy. We're going to bring you back on in just a second with all of our other esteemed judges. Thank you for sharing your insight and some of your experience and wisdom. I'm going to bring to the stage now Tyler Baranowski. She is our accelerator manager and a dear friend. Welcome. Kick us off, Tyler.
Hi, Marianne. How are you?
I'm good. It's my favorite day of the year at Capital Factory.
Same. Agreed. Well, thank you for that quick intro. So as she said, I'm the accelerator manager here at Capital Factory, and I am just so lucky to be able to be working up close and personal. Maybe not that close, we're social distancing right now, but I get to work very closely with the newest and the coolest tech that's every day. I'm so lucky to be able to do that. And I'm honored to be part of this event today, to be kicking off the Startup Showcase, to close out the event. Today, you'll be hearing from 6 badass female founders from our accelerator portfolio, and they're coming to us from all over the state of Texas. Now, as you might have heard today at Capital Factory, we're working to introduce entrepreneurs to their first mentors, investors, customer, maybe even some new talent. And it's events like this today where we really try to make those connections. So how is this Startup Showcase going to work? Let me give you the rundown. We've got our 6 founders. They're going to take the virtual stage. They're going to give us their best 3 to 4 minute pitch. We'll bring our judges up to the screen. We'll have a nice interactive Q&A session for a few minutes, and then we'll rinse and repeat until we get through all the pitches. Then we'll sneak away for a quick deliberations with our judges, and we'll pick one lucky founder that will get to take home our prize package, which you can see on the screen here. We've had $10,000 in legal services donated by BakerBots, and our friends from True Wealth Ventures and Notley Ventures will have 2 VC meetings with that lucky founder as well. So thank you very much for adding that to the day. I also want to introduce our judges. So we just heard from Sandy. She was so great with Amazon Web Services. We have Sarah Brand here with True Wealth VC, Lawton Cummings with Notley Ventures, and Natalie Gonzalez with BakerBots. All right. So without any more delay, I know we've been waiting for the showcase. I want to go ahead and bring up our first founder to the stage, which is Beth White with MebeBot. Let's see. Beth, hello.
Yes. Hi, Tyler. Can you see my screen?
We can now, yes.
And me too. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beth White. I'm the founder and CEO of MebeBot. We're the intelligent assistant to elevate the employee experience. And boy, have we seen a change in the way that work is being done overnight. Work went from here, busy office places with lots of coworkers, to being solo in your homes. Today, the employee experience is so different. We have to support remote workers all across the globe. And what we're finding is that a lot of companies find this very inefficient and costly. In fact, it costs companies 20 to 30% of annual revenues in lost productivity. And employees really desire instant answers to their questions. They want that consumer-like experience. So MebeBot is here for the now of the employee experience. With our intelligent assistant that lives in tools that employees use in their daily lives, like Slack or Microsoft Teams, or even a web chat, our intelligent assistant automates answers to their frequently asked questions. How does this work? Well, we give an admin portal to our internal business users, people in HR, IT, and operations. They're able to use our curated content, edit it, and update it for their particular business needs. And by saving and publishing, they can have a bot that's live for their employees, seeing a dashboard to show immediate results. With our global portal, what we allow is for companies to get up and running quickly, which is what they need today. In fact, with the COVID crisis, we've seen so many different policies and procedures change that throw out the window the employee handbooks, benefit summaries, everything's changing in real time. With our solution, employers are able to update their information in real time to their employees. How it works is the employee asks a question utilizing one of the channels that's in their normal flow of work. MebeBot cloud hosts our solution. We have our admin portal that sits on top of an AI platform. This platform has been trained against an AI data model in machine learning and natural language processing to serve up answers very accurately. Through integrations to APIs, we can actually personalize the employee experience. Our business model today is we sell a SaaS-based solution for $3 per person per month with a fee for our admin/AI platform. With 20 to 50 customers in the next couple years, MeeBot will generate $4 million in ARR. Today, we're proud to have E2 Open, Retail Me Not, Massage Envy, and Epicor as customers. Our sweet spot are mid-market customers between 1,000 and 10,000 employees. We're happy when we were able to launch MeeBot to Epicor as they moved 4,000 employees home from offices. In the first week when we launched our solution, it was right in the middle of the pandemic. Yet MeeBot was able to answer 850 questions to their employees in real time. We are also able to provide a tremendous cost savings to our customers. We save them time, and time is money, both from the employee productivity side and the employer side. Our vision entails not only starting with an intelligent assistant for frequently asked questions, but growing out the solution in a phased approach to allow conversational workflows, personalizing the employee experience, and lending toward predictive data and insights to realize employee sentiment and engagement. What we need help with today is raising $1.5 million in an angel/seed round of funding. To date, we've accomplished phase 1 bootstrapped. Now we're ready to bring in some partners and really grow the business, and we want to hire team members as well as growing out our product solution. We have myself as a CEO, and I've brought on Myron and John, both people who I've worked with at a previous company, to help employees out, as well as our awesome team of advisors and consultants. Thank you so much. I'm Beth White.
All right, Beth, that was great. Thanks so much. Now I'm going to bring some of our judges up to the stage, and I'm going to kick it over to Sandy first. She had a question for you.
Hi, Beth. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I would love to know first what customers love about your solution, and then I would love to know which functionality they wish that you had.
Yeah, that's a great question, Sandy. Our customers love the fact that they can have access to the admin portal, just simply become editors of content, save and publish, and have those changes live to their employees without having to ask for development assistant. What they'd like it to do is answer more questions, and we're getting there. Today we answer HR, IT, and some operations questions. However, we want to grow out our curated knowledge base to help answer questions for accounting, finance, legal, sales operations, you name it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great. Next question's coming from Sarah.
Hi, Beth. I was wondering how COVID changed things for you guys and if you saw a big acceleration in the uptake.
Absolutely, Sarah. With the move to remote work, this became a huge need for our solution. No longer could you walk by HR's desk or IT's desk. They weren't available to you. So our customers had our solution in place so that their employees could get those kinds of answers even though they're not in the physical office. And for companies that were waiting on digital transformation strategies to help expand the employee experience, now's the time. I mean, this crisis is continuing where remote work may continue as well. And we still need to support our employees and have a great experience for them so that they can be productive in whatever environment they're in.
I have a question. How does this improve upon if the MeeBot is answering questions based on content that's already provided? How is this better than just a word search within the documents if the content is already there?
Yeah, that's a great question, Lawton. A lot of companies do have company intranets, but at times they're very unorganized and it's hard to find the instant information people need. Our solution lives on a mobile device as well as a computer device, so people have access to the information at any time. And instead of having to go through complex searches to find information, you can get an answer to a question quickly and easily using MeeBot.
Beth, I do have one quick question. I know we have to move on, but I'd love to hear what you're doing to protect your IP.
Great question, Natalie. I know you're at Baker Bots over there. And so right now, that's part of our process of fundraising, is to be able to protect some of the intellectual property. We've really built out this amazing data model of a natural language process content trained to the types of questions people ask within inside a business ecosystem. Not only that, but we have this curated content library that provides a ton of benefit, and both of those are our intellectual property that we do need to protect.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Beth. It was always great to hear from you. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next pitch. We have Dina with Neuro Rehab. We'll get up to the stage. All right. Hi, Vina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Cool. Can you see my screen? Okay, you can.
Yes.
Cool.
Kick it off for us.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Veena, the CEO, co-founder of Neuro Rehab VR, here to introduce you to the next generation of rehabilitation. More than 800,000 people in the United States alone suffer from a stroke each year, and Joe here is one of them. The concept of neuroplasticity suggests your brain does have the ability to recover from a stroke. That is, the healthy parts of your brain can take over the functionalities of the damaged areas. But this requires extensive physical therapy and cognitive training. So Joe, he wants to get better, but physical therapy can be expensive. Clinics are far enough apart, so transportation is a problem. And on most days, he's too depressed to get out of bed. And on the days he does make it to the clinic, he finds therapy boring and tedious and does not want to do it. That's why we create virtual reality applications for physical therapy that are fun, engaging, and motivating therapy exercises. The company is located inside a clinic owned by my co-founder. So we have access to physical therapists and patients every day who provide us with constant feedback and help us create our applications. The offices you see back there are ours, so we get to see them use our products every day. As we started to work with these patients, we realized that each of them had a range of functional abilities, which varied vastly from stroke to brain injury to Parkinson's to MS. So we created a whole suite of exercises from upper extremity training to lower extremity training, stress and anxiety, cognitive skills, along with all the data analytics that they would need for progress reports. So this way, we're providing a turnkey solution for a clinic that can work with the whole of their patient population. We right now follow a monthly B2B SaaS model with a monthly subscription and a one-time setup fee for the hardware. The therapy is being reimbursed by insurance. We sell directly to physical and occupational therapy clinics, but we are also sell to large hospitals that have hundreds of clinics across the US. And our next step is to take the therapy home to the patient using home therapy and telehealth. We have had about 74% month-over-month growth. Our sales were briefly hit in April because of COVID, but since then we have had a spike in a number of people interested in our products. All of these sales was done through inbound leads through our website, and we've had a 300% year-over-year growth on our social media and website leads. We also received a grant for $245,000, which we completed successfully, making us eligible for a grant for $1 million coming up soon. And most of our customers, as you see, are bigger hospitals in the US. We also have a strategic partnership with Corbel that manufactures our overhead fall prevention system, which works amazingly well with our products. They'll be selling it as a package. And also we can use their sales force that covers across the US. And we have a robust clinical ecosystem with most of the University of Texas schools in the area that are conducting efficacy and clinical studies. The outpatient physical therapy market is pretty big with $60 billion at a growth rate of 7%. But now with portable VR headsets, we can get into home health and telehealth market too. Our team consists of 4 full-time employees and our co-founder, who's also our investor. I have a background in medical simulation and training, so does the engineers on our team, and Henry here concentrates on sales and marketing. We've also added resellers to our team. Even though our core team is small, we're fortunate enough to have access to doctors and physical therapists that guide us with our technology and also the rehab market. Cheryl Apple here has held C-suite positions at large rehab hospitals that help us get into them, and our board members have more than 5 exits under their belt. So now coming back to our patient Joe, now because using our product, he's more engaged in his therapy. He's more motivated. We have seen he's able to track his data analytics with his therapist, and we've seen increases in range of motion by 25%. He's able to hold his balance better, improve his muscle coordination, and decrease sway back. He's having so much fun in VR that his cardio is getting better since he's staying in therapy for longer periods of time. All of this is leading to more functional independence and a happier life for him. That's us. Thank you.
Great pitch, Vina. All right, let's bring our panel up to the stage. Let's see, I'm going to start with Sandy and Sarah. If you guys want to have any questions?
Yeah, I think this is really a great. Unfortunately, my father-in-law was actually just diagnosed with Parkinson's, so I can see a lot of uses and use cases here.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. I am curious about, is this I didn't really understand, is this an application for your phone, for the computer?
It's an application that goes on your VR headset.
On your
so
AR,
your
headset. Okay, so you have to have an AR VR headset.
Mm-hmm.
I
so you're
see.
fully immersed in the scenario, and that's kind of one thing that helps our patients a lot is we can do things that you cannot do in real life, like scale up their movement, especially for Parkinson's, so that they feel like they're doing more than they actually can, and that kind of motivates them to keep going, finish their goals. And then being immersed, we've had patients who've had tremors, and their tremors go down by using our applications because now they're concentrating on the goal, that pick up an item or do a specific task, and that kind of leads to better muscle coordination and movement too.
Hey, Vina, if I just can add one follow-on real quick, is that okay, Tyler? I'm curious. I know that originally when AR VR came out that there were differences between men and women using the AR VR headsets. More women got dizzy, that sort of thing. Is that still the case? And how do you compensate for that?
So when the VR AR headsets came out, the technology was kind of nascent in a way. So they've had so much progress now. I play a lot of VR and I've had no dizziness at all. And it also depends on the applications that you build, right? If you're playing a roller coaster game in VR, I would say no, not to do that because there's a disconnect.
Thank you.
Oops, there we go. Oh, there you are, Vina. You paused for just a second, but you're back.
Hi, Vina. It was really helpful to watch those videos of the different, patients trying the different moves, and it made me wonder how you scale this in terms of how much customization is required for the needs of the different, physical therapy clients.
We kind of built in that customization with kind of AI and machine learning because at first when I created an app for a patient, it only worked for that one patient because then we're like, this can't be done. And that's why we had our MS patients who have very lower amounts of movement versus our athletes who have spinal cord injuries. So when we built our apps, you can increase the complexity and the difficulty levels. The therapist can do it. Some of our games do it dynamically, and that's kind of a focus for our next game. It dynamically changes depending on your performance in the previous time. So you're always challenged.
Cool.
Great. Natalie. Oh, go ahead, Lawton.
Sorry, were you calling on Natalie? Sorry.
No, go for it.
Go ahead, Lawton.
Who are your biggest competitors?
Yeah, we do have competitors. One of them, called XR Health, is the biggest one, though they made a full pivot to telemedicine. Other than that, we have the most amount of suite of applications than anybody else does on the module side of things. Then we also have, these AI features that others don't. So we don't really have too many big competitors. If they do, they have just one or two apps.
What sort of patient data are you receiving and collecting, and what sort of privacy concerns are you dealing with?
Yeah, we are HIPAA compliant, and we make sure the encryption, all the communication between the headsets and the cloud is encrypted. When it comes to patient data, it's kinematic data, which is, joint angles, hip angles, your movement, velocity, acceleration, that's kinematic. And then we also have data inside the game, which is how did you perform inside the game? How long were you in it? We have specific metrics for each particular application to figure out are they making progress. So that's kind of data that we collect. And we don't really need PHI data other than a client ID and what was their injury so we can correlate that for future users.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our third presenter today. We have Greta with Sales Boost. Hey, Greta, how are you today? Oh, your microphone is muted. Quick fix, though. There. How about now?
We're good.
Yes. All right. Let's bring up your slides. Go ahead and kick it off whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me. I appreciate the time very much. So I am Greta Brooks, the CEO and founder of Sales Boost. We started Sales Boost in 2016. And Sales Boost helps organizations improve the value of their human capital with skill development. So an interesting statistic, and this is just growing daily. The World Economic Forum came out early this year and said by 2022, which is not that long off, that 54% of the entire global workforce will require upskilling and reskilling. And that's due to automation and many things that are changing within organizations. So it's a very important that we focus on skill development. So the challenge with our current training methods and learning methods is that traditional methods and training do not change behaviors and they do not create skills. It requires, in order to train someone to earn a skill, it requires a lot of human interaction. It's costly, subjective feedback, and it's extremely time consuming, which is a lot of times why training doesn't really happen within organizations as well as they would like. And most importantly, traditional methods like videos, webinars, traditional classroom learning, it only yields 20% retention rate. So that's a very low ROI. So our solution is based on the science of learning. And we change behaviors through practice and rehearsal. We lower costs because we're on demand. Our price point is between $15 and $60 per month per learner, depending on the usage. We provide objective feedback using virtual reality and AI. So our objective feedback is our coaching and feedback that's personalized to each individual learner. It's micro learning. And so you can onboard your team on day one, and you can do it with 15 to 30-minute segments. So you don't have to dedicate time, energy, and resources to learning. So you can keep a continual learning opportunity within your organization. And most importantly, that you will retain a skill and develop a skill. And you will have 90% retention for up to 15 years based on science. So Sales Boost lives within edutech or edtech, and it is growing. The total market value worldwide is set to reach $252 billion this year. And the US spends about 6% of our GDP on education. And as we all know, only 3% was really allocated to technology. And COVID really showed us that we needed a better way to learn and to educate our students and our team members. So in 2019, 1.7 billion was invested by VCs. And in 2020, those numbers are expected to triple. And the EdTech market itself has a market cap of 71 billion. So it is growing. Sales Boost has a very, very special value proposition that's unique. We have the industrial patent for the voice analysis training system. We're the only on-demand solution that provides virtual skill-based learning on demand. So we can scale. If I had a customer that brought me 100,000 learners, we could scale, we could onboard those team members in 5 minutes. We have key players in our industry that know the subject matter, know the subjects. Our investors are strategic, and we have advisory board members within IT with strategic alliance and with customers, so that we make sure that we're aligned with the needs of what our learners need. Our strategic partners, we're working with many strategic partners, including Beekeeper, which is a communication platform, and Digital Seats, and many others to help distribute learning and education on mobile devices. And our clients and partners, we have many case studies. Our clients and partners have many testimonials and can share the success that they have. So we created a foothold in hospitality because that was my background. And as we all know, it's 10% of our economy. So it's a very large segment of our vertical in our economy. So we had in February of 2020, about $1 million worth of annual recurring revenue. And we have been pushed and prodded to go into other verticals, including higher education. So for instance, University of North Texas just launched their entire internship program on the Sales Boost platform for all interns, because they can't have their internship program on property anymore within a hotel. And so they're actually taking a virtual internship program with Sales Boost, and they will be certified and be able to get a job and demonstrate their value to their new employers. We're also reaching out to real estate, call centers, insurance, law enforcement, and security have popped up recently for reasons that we all know. So we're excited about the future growth. So Sales Boost can grow and scale into any industry. It's really virtual training for communication. I'll let a customer tell you a little bit more about it.
Greta, was there audio? Because I don't believe we're hearing it on our end.
So you could probably see what that's saying, but Tom Faust is just talking about practicing and rehearsing and how important it is and how impactful it is to their business. And in fact, our customers, thank you, Tyler. So in fact, our customers are such advocates. We have 94% engagement. With learning and development platforms, that's almost unheard of. That means that 94% of every single user, and we have up to 3,000 users right now, 94% of them are in there consistently growing and developing and improving their skills. And that's why we have such a low churn rate of 2.4% as of the end of 2019. So we're very proud of that. So our growth, we're expected to go from $1 million in ARR in 3 years to $20 million with an investment. So we are looking for $5 million, and we will start our fundraise in July, and we'll be using that for sales and marketing efforts for our new verticals and then operations to scale.
Great. Thanks, Greta. I'm going to bring up Natalie and the rest of the judges. Natalie, let's start with you if you have any questions.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Greta. That was great. Thank you for that. I'm curious who your competitors are in this space. Obviously, you have it's very diverse customer base, but who's competing with you right now?
Well, no one does what we do exactly, but the closest would be a simulation product called Mersion. And Mersion has to use human capital. They have to use human people behind the scenes to provide that, whereas we have no human interface. So they have to make appointments with folks, and then they have to have the avatars behind the scenes actually on deck. And so that doesn't make it scalable, and it doesn't make it easy to use, and it's expensive. So ours is a much more cost-effective and higher yield. The other competitors would just be regular in-person training and just changing behaviors from traditional models to new models. So we're really new in the market, and once a customer adopts to us, they are usually very happy to stick with us for a while.
Very good. Thank you.
Great.
I have a question. Okay, I thought Natalie was going to ask for sure, which is, what is your IP? I'd love to understand if getting to from 20 to 90% retention is something that you've developed, or if you've licensed it, or what is the unique approach that allows for that?
Sure. So we just obtained our patent. Actually, a press release just came out today on that. So our patent is And we just got the industrial patent, so it took 776 days to get that. So many of you may know what that feels like. It's exciting. But we have the only platform that is patented and provides voice analysis training system, which means that we are listening to what they're saying and how they're saying it with speech pattern. And then we're providing them with personalized coaching and feedback so that they can practice and rehearse and improve in a private environment so that they can actually improve themselves and become more self-aware of how they sound and how they're acting. So we teach people how to present, for instance, so they can improve their presentation skills, their leadership skills, their coaching skills, their sales skills, most importantly, service delivery skills. And so we have customers that G6 is just now, which is Motel 6, is just launching their product with us. And so it's really exciting to have a product that provides something that, you know, trainers and supervisors can't do this work. So this really takes the onus off of the team members that are being asked to do something that is almost impossible to do. It wasn't easy to do pre-COVID, and it's even more challenging in this environment to actually give real objective feedback to individuals that's based on how they sound. So it gives them that personalized coaching and feedback that improves their skills. So this can be used in any communication opportunity.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks, Greta. We've run out of time for this session. So oh, Lawton, you've got one? Oh, you're muted, Lawton. We'd love to hear you. Down at the bottom of that screen, there's that mute microphone.
Sorry, I was unmuted. I kept losing you. I was on the screen. So what are two things? One, have you heard of quantified communications? Noah Peter Zandan here in Austin?
No, I have not.
So they use AI and it analyzes using voice and sight. And so I think they're your biggest competitor, and it's all automatic.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to ask where you're coming up with the numbers for when you were talking about scaling and your revenue. How are you coming up with those numbers?
Well, we currently have customers. Again, they're within hospitality. So we have been in business since 2016. Our first full year was 2019. So we had recurring revenue plus annual contracts. So with our new business and the new prospects and the new business that's coming in, which is luckily coming to us now, it is those numbers. We will be at about 3.5 million next year, and then again that scales to 2023 to 20 million.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Greta. We're going to move on to our next presenter. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be bringing up Darlena. Hi, Darlena. How are you?
Good afternoon. Are you ladies able to see my my screen?
I'm pulling it up now. We're seeing the.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to click over to the other document, possibly. Fix that.
Let's see. All right, so let me try again. It's not allowing me to select just the application. It's just, I'll just do let's see.
We won't judge your inbox size if we accidentally see it. Mine's not that small right now either. Don't worry.
Yeah. And I'm having a hard time. It's not allowing me to even pick the PowerPoint presentation as an application. Are you seeing anything now?
Yeah, it looks like we have your presentation here. If you want to go to full screen and then kick it off. I can see you have
so you do see where
PowerPoint
it says growing. Okay, and let's see. Okay, do you see the handheld device?
Yeah. Are you able to go to presenter mode? There
Oh.
you go. All right. Kick it off for us.
Okay, so again, I'm Darlena Kelly. I am the founder and CEO of SemiDigi. And so whenever I'm asked to talk about what industry problems we're solving at SemiDigi, I always tell the story of when I worked in manufacturing. And I would never forget how one employee impacted our entire company. It was in the early 2000s. I worked as a simulation developer for a manufacturing and engineering company. I approached the head electrical technician to see if he would teach me how to build electrical panels. He agreed to do so. Training started off pretty good. You know, we did job shadowing. I asked quite a bit of questions, and I'm sure it slowed him down, but he didn't seem to mind. And so I'll say, like, a little bit into our training, I remember coming to work one day and he wasn't there. So at first I didn't think nothing of it until we found out that he wasn't coming back due to health reasons. And so when he stopped coming to work, my training immediately came to a halt. And also that his absence, it impacted our production department. And when production was impacted, our customers got mad. So we had a lot of angry customers. Angry customers, that equal to a loss in revenue for us. And so there are several stories of valuable employees leaving these skilled positions, taking that knowledge with them. And when they leave their previous employees and colleagues scrambling, trying to make sense of their specific job task in order to teach someone else to pick up. And that same person who they're teaching may end up leaving as well. And so there is a major, major skills gap within the manufacturing industry. It is predicted that by the year 2028, it is expected that there will be 4.6 million manufacturing jobs to fill. 2.4 million of those jobs will lie vacant due to a skills shortage within the manufacturing industry. So an unskilled workforce leads to low productivity, violations and penalties, production issues, and all of which equals a loss in revenue. So how are we addressing the growing issues within the manufacturing industry? We're helping our customers close the skills gap and remain in compliance by providing them with our readily accessible augmented reality and virtual reality training content. By using virtual reality, our customers are able to capture and transfer knowledge, reduce the need of job shadowing, train on specific tasks, and attract a new generation of workers. So these are our customers. Some of these customers are really big names. Some of them you may have not heard of. And our largest customer to date is Emery's Carbonates. They're #1 in the market. They're the leading calcium carbonate and multi-mineral solution provider. They have global operations. They currently have 270 major sites. Some of their problems are constant EPA violations and mandatory annual training. So how are we providing them with our solution? We are expanding SemiDigi's annual subscription-based training content across their 270 individual mining sites. We have onboarded their Alabama site, and we are starting with their New York site, and we will continue until all of them have been onboarded. So this is our core team. You have myself. My background is in game development and animation. I've won several awards, one being named the top 25 women in technology back in 2014, and several others. And also have Mrs. Cardenas, she's our head engineer, and also James Utsi, which is over business development. And before I end, I would like to leave you guys with my favorite quote. And I think it resonates now more than ever with the normal that we once knew is no longer. And so it's my favorite quote by William Pollard. So, learning and innovation go hand in hand. The arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. Thank you.
Darlena, thank you so much. Great pitch. And thanks for sharing that quote with us. I'm going to bring our judging panel up, and I will have to limit it probably to just a couple questions because I don't want to make anyone late for happy hour this afternoon. So let's go ahead and start with Sarah and Natalie first.
I'll take a pass. So Natalie, if you've got.
Natalie?
No. Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
I actually don't have a question. I don't have a
Okay, Carolina. Okay, go ahead, Sandy.
Okay, sorry. I have a question. So great presentation. I'm really curious about the training modules. Do you use machine learning to in order to guide the process? Is that how the
Yes, ma'am, we do.
is done? And
Yes.
So let's say that I'm a company and I have a manufacturing line. How does the training model get trained? Does it happen by the company or do you do it for them?
Well, we basically, we have engineers and maintenance technicians that we use. And so they put in all the inputs to the actual modules. And that's how we normally set it up. And as far as with our general, ma'am?
Everyone is customized?
No, we don't. We're trying to get away from customized. And so we have a lot of general training modules. And so when you're like in manufacturing, a lot of that equipment is the same, at different companies. And so that's what we're doing. So we're going on more of a general basis, but we do provide customization for our customers, but everything we shoot for is general.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great,
You're welcome.
So I am looking at, it looks like in your Semidigi, when you were displaying it, like it was on a tablet, but
Yes.
Are you also doing it on augmented reality glasses or headsets?
No, we use headsets for VR, and we use smartphones and tablets. And we do what I call non-immersive VR for a lot of our manufacturing. Yeah, so we don't do the glasses. We just have the tablets and the smartphones. And we do non-immersive VR for a lot of our clients that have issues with the dizziness with the headsets. And so therefore we take that VR environment and put it on a desktop basically where they can do the same things.
Because how did you make that decision? We invest in something called Upskill. And so they're able to be hands-free and they have their glasses and it's augmented reality. So you can see the manual while you're hands-free and doing it like that. How did you make the decision to go with the desktop instead of the glasses?
Well, first and foremost, it was more of a budget decision. So we have no investors to date. Semidigi is self-funded. And so we're growing as strategically as possible with what we have. And so that's a goal of ours is to be able to offer that to our customers. But right now they're satisfied with what we're providing for them. And more of our customers are blue collar based. And so we have another thing with the budget constraints when you're dealing with blue collar workers. And so oftentimes it's cheaper. Basically, it's more budget friendly to have it broadcast on a desktop where instead of having them invest in so many headsets. And so we try to take in consideration their budget as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Great.
Because the goal is to make sure they're trained. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for joining us. That was a great pitch. We are going to jump on over to our next presenter. We have Ellie with Skin Probiotics coming to the stage. Hey, Ellie, how are you?
Hi. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, sure can. I'm going to go ahead and put your slides up there, and whenever you're ready, you can get started.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ellie. Can you still see me?
Yes, we can still see you. You can continue on.
All right. Hi, my name is Ellie. I am the founder and formulator of Skin Probiotics. We started the company about 10 years ago when my children had eczema, and we bought a farm and we tried to help them eat better and to clear their eczema and their allergies. And then about a few years ago, we lost our farm after Harvey. And so I just took the skincare part and just ran with it. Currently, there is a huge space that needs innovation for atopic dermatitis. It's an inflammatory skin condition that include eczema, psoriasis, and acne. And there's been no innovation in this arena for the past 40 years. Currently, people are treated with steroids, antibiotic, acid peels, or Accutane. They're expensive, they could be toxic, and they do damage your microbiome. And the microbiome are a group of bacteria, viruses, and fungus that live in and on your skin and inside your body. And they help balance out all your bodily function, and they perform all your bodily function. And there are a few bad bacteria that coexist, but they're in small number and they're kept in check. But when this goes out of balance, that's when you get inflammatory conditions. And our product is, we actually use live, active, over-the-counter probiotics for your skin. And our concept is the good bacteria will kill the bad bacteria. We did over a year clinical testing for safety and efficacy at a medical clinic, and the medical director became our partner. She saw how well it worked. She invested in getting us money to start developing the product and get it ready for market. And you can see here my first patient 9 years ago. She had severe eczema on both her arms. And after just using 3 weeks of skin probiotic, it cleared up. And then for acne, this is one of our intern at the medical clinic. She has severe acne, and these are untouched photo. It was just sent by her phone, and she gave us permission to post it. And this is chemo damaged skin, and it is using our eczema balm. And you can see the chemo damage on the first hand, and then on the second hand is just from one application. Atopic dermatitis affects people globally. It's approximately 20 people worldwide are affected. It's over $10 billion industry last year, and it's growing pretty much constantly growing. And due to stress and pollution and all that, it's getting worse and worse. And the countries most affected are China, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, and we're about 20% affected. Right now, our business model, we sell direct online, we manufacture in-house, and we wholesale to Asia. We just signed a agreement for a distributor to distribute into China from Hong Kong. We just signed the document a few days ago. And we've sold a lot, and our return rates are very low. We offer money back guarantee that the product will work, and we get like 2 or 3 refunds each year. And you can see our profit margins are pretty high. We reinvest everything back into the company. I do take a small salary to, because this is our only business, our whole family is involved. The past 12 months, we've made $130,000. We haven't spent any money on marketing yet. It's all word of mouth of referral. We are currently profitable. We kept everything low tech and low cost, and we manufacture in-house at our medical clinic. We filed a patent, but we kind of put that on the shelf for now and kept it as a trade secret until we have more funding. We have some competitors, Mother Dirt, Tula, Galliana. I've met Mother Dirt and Tula at the last microbiome conference along with the FDA. We did talk to the FDA about using live probiotics, and they said there's not any definition of probiotic or microbiome or anything in their statute, so they're not going to regulate it as long as there's no one saying, oh my God, you know, your product killed me. So it is going to be unregulated as long as we don't make any claims, and I'm very careful not to make any medical claims. Our exit strategy in 5 years is to become big enough to be acquired. And this is myself, the medical doctor, and my customer relationship partner. And we are asking for a loan and a line of credit to grow the business to the next stage. We're offering profit sharing and interest on your money. and where we'll be using the money to increase production, scaling, and get ready to fill orders. And that's it.
Great, thanks, Ellie. We're going to bring first Sarah up to the stage. Let's see, where did you go, Sarah? Sarah, what was the question you had?
Well, I guess my first question is about the effectiveness of probiotics on the skin. I'm hearing static. I don't know if anybody else hears that, but anyway, from my understanding, you need to keep it cold, and then once it's comes in contact with any preservative, like you might have to have in the bottle, it would die. Or if you put sunblock on and that has a preservative on it, it would die. So how do you get around that?
So we here's our product. You can see the cultures are at the bottom. We have a way of manufacturing this so it stay live up to 6 months at room temperature, as long as you don't expose it to extreme heat, like in your car or in your trunk, and you don't freeze it. Let's say you live somewhere very cold, then they stay active for up to 6 months. And when you use it, it's the probiotic by itself, and then you would mix it with like a serum. So there's no preservative needed. So it's a self-preserved system. And we came up with this idea because when we had the farm, we had a young man that came in with severe acne, and he's gone to so many dermatologists and on Accutane, and it hasn't helped. And there was not 1 inch of his skin from the chest up that wasn't infected. So I had some culturing milk. We were a raw dairy farm. And so I took cultured milk and rubbed it on his skin, thinking the good bacteria and the lactic acid will kill and destroy the bad bacteria. And his father, I instructed them to do that twice a day, and came back a few days later and said most of the infection has gone down. The redness and the pain has gone down. It was stinky and sticky. So it took us a few years to just isolate the culture and bottled it.
Great. Ellie, thank you so much for pitching today. We're going to be moving on to our last and final pitch. We have Sarah with Soda OG that I'm bringing up to the stage. Whenever you are ready.
Awesome. Do this. Okay.
All right, go for it. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, might be on the wrong screen. Am I controlling it? Hold on. Sorry.
Yes. You'll just stay on your presentation screen and proceed like you're clicking through. Yeah,
Sorry.
there you go.
Okay, it's working. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Tamler-Harrison. I'm CEO and co-founder of Soda OG. We're like super passionate. We're nerds. We're geeks. We're super passionate about making a difference in this industrial world. So we love driving predictive operations, primarily for heavy industrials. So what does this mean, right? This industry has a $200 billion performance gap. And it primarily stems from 24-hour operations, 24/7, I mean. 24/7 operations based on equipment, heavy-duty machines, and that's really the lifeblood of the operation revenue. And today, only 13% of companies actually utilize insight from this tech. And this is, so the old school traditional thinking is performance at maximum production. So this really means it can be Coke bottles, paper plates, whatever it is, but you make 1,500 paper plates, and that's your metric for how great you are, how your operations is. It really should be performance at maximum revenue. So let's break this down, right? Let's give an example. We have we have a situation where they shut in 30% of their operations, and it made zero impact on the cash flow. That means that was just bad business. Another situation where they looked at their performance, and 19% of their operations had delivered zero profit margins for 2 years. So this is where turning real-time data from machines, converting them into analytics and combining it with cash flow and driving predictive operations so they can mitigate, they can do something about it before it costs them hard dollars. So we had this idea, and we said, hey, let's see if people are going to pay us to solve this problem for them. We know it exists, right? Of course, we're very familiar with a lot of the competitors. Me and the team, we have a heavy background in industries. And turns out they were willing to pay. And we only went after the SMEs in the first place. And 2019, we did 40,000. 2018, we did 850,000. 2019, we closed out at 3.5 million. And it's exciting. And I think my favorite part was fundamentally changing operations, fundamentally driving cash flow and fundamentally helping CEOs or the C-suite working with them and making a difference in their business through tech. And currently we have over about 47 million barrels of fluid, so many machines, and it's equivalent to about $250 million of value. So what are some of the components? You've got machines, and it's dominated by these heavy, like GE, Honeywell. They make sensors to look at real-time data from the machines, right? And then you have programmers, you have edge, and the new fancy word is now edge IIoT. But really, that existed a long time ago. And then, depending on the size of the company, you have engineers that are doing analytics in Excel spreadsheets. We call that by hand, custom graphs. Bigger they are, they're hiring some consultants. If they're even larger, they're hiring in-house programmers or outside programmers to build these applications just for them, to give them that competitive advantage. But all of this, you're driving towards the predictive part. And now, Accenture gets like a $5 million contract. This is by the big players, and you'll see that in the news, to just do discovery and see, how do you do this? How are you going to maximize my dollars, right? So here's what remote monitoring looks like. Here's what real-time data from machines look like. You're getting a ton of tags every 5 minutes. And it really doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of intelligent man hours going in just to decipher this and make money off of this. But what if it didn't look like this? It looked like this, where you're combining and you're characterizing operations on a very real-time basis. And you're giving them output and recommendations so they can further their business starting right now. And that's the core difference of what SotoOG does. We love what we do because really AI, machine learning, data science, analytics, none of that really matters. Our clients actually tell us that they won't pay us. They don't care where we come from. We can't really make a difference in their ops. We're done. So it's very, very critical to turn these equipment data into a cash metric that actually adds value. And even if you look at this, you'll see how their production went up right here on the top left. But their cash flow is kind of trending down a little. We have a lot of competitors. It's primarily the traditional competitors like GE, like Honeywell, Emerson. They primarily do, their business drivers are making hardware. They do a fantastic job actually on making hardware. And now they are throwing in remote monitoring for free. It's not intelligent, as we had mentioned before. And then there are a lot of other startups as well. But one of the fundamental problems of the startups is, they put the burden of getting the real-time data from the machines on the client. So that's where they have a hole. So, I do have my team. We have a very unique team, lots of very, very intelligent experience in the background. We come together very uniquely. My co-founder is Robert Estill. He was in the C-suite. He ran a AIM-listed company out of London. And prior to that, he was part of a Fortune 500 vice president as well. So this is us. We're starting our seed round. We're looking at launching that. But yeah, we've been bootstrapped to date, and so excited to be here. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Sarah. I'm going to bring up Lawton first. She's got the question for you.
Hi, Sarah. Tell me what difference 5G is going to make.
That's just a functionality of how fast you get the data from the machine. It doesn't analyze, it doesn't make an impact on analyzing it real time.
Right. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. But for your sales, tell me what difference you think it's going to make once it becomes ubiquitous.
Oh, I think that would be phenomenal. We use 5G is, I mean, like if you look at the Lego pieces behind our tech backend, it's all IIoT, and 5G, or the rate of when it's coming in, is just a Lego piece in that. Like our application today, like sits on AWS. One of our primary difference between us and the competitors is our competitors have traditional servers, right? So they don't pull all the tags from an equipment. So when we look at it, they'll pull 2. I pull 10 at a higher frequency. And I analyze 3 million data points at a snap of a finger. Well, whereas they struggle on, they struggle on so many different levels, right? Because they're more focused on selling the hardware.
What about, how do you compare your, 2 questions. One, how do you compare your product to one of, say, Spark Cognition's products? And what made you decide to stick only with oil and gas and the heavy materials?
So we inherently have a background in oil and gas. Was easy. And we're not just in oil and gas. Actually, we're in talks with a company that apparently manages 10 million square foot of office space. They want us to do something very similar on HVAC systems. So it's not just oil and gas. And that's primarily why we're going to be raising a round. So we can accelerate and we can further capitalize on the opportunities. But I'm excited because actually at this point, I think we'll capitalize on it. We'll figure out how to capitalize on these opportunities regardless.
Great. I want to thank you everyone for participating, all of the founders, all of our judges. We're going to sneak away and go to our deliberations so we can pick our lucky winner for the prize package. So judges, if you would like to join me there, that would be fantastic. And I'm going to kick it over to Marianne.
Thank you so much, Tyler. And thank you so much to all of our judges and all of our founders once again. What amazing pitches. I'm so excited to wrap us up here at the end. Before I do, this would not have been possible without our senior program manager, Mr. Menvu. Come on down.
Hey, Marianne.
Hey.
Here we are. We made it.
We made it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for being an awesome MC throughout this whole thing. I'm super excited to see who will take home the prize package. And we've got just a little bit of time while they deliberate. And yeah, I'm just going to get into our closing remarks. Thank you, everyone, for spending your afternoon with us from all over the world. It's been really exciting to see everything. I want to give a huge shout out to our title sponsor, Accenture, who's been such a great partner in this and really championing women and diverse, both in race and gender, and all underrepresented groups in tech. And they've been a pleasure to be able to work with. Google for Startups is also one of our great partners, supporting partners for this event. They've been such a great ally in creating ecosystems across the world of entrepreneurs. And Capital Factory, I know, is so fortunate to have Google for Startups as a great resource for us to be able to help the entrepreneurs that we're supporting as well. Our great community partners, all of which we got to chat with a little bit at the top of the summit. So that was really fun to get to hear what they were all working on. And I'd like to now introduce also Nicole from Google for Startups to kind of share a little bit more about what they've done and what they're doing. So I'm going to bring up Nicole right now. Hey, Nicole.
Hi, Min. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
I'm going to pass it off to you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Great. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. As Min mentioned, I'm a partnerships manager with Google for Startups. I'm based in San Francisco, and we are a longtime partner and supporter of Capital Factory. So it's a pleasure to be here today speaking with this amazing community. I'm going to share a little bit about the work that we do, how we support startups, and the resources that founders can take advantage of across any stage of their journey. So our team's mission is to level the playing field for startups and for communities to succeed, connecting them with the best of Google. And one of the ways that we do this is by partnering with amazing organizations like Capital Factory and working with them to deliver programming, mentorship, product support to help startups grow their businesses. We have about 75 partners globally. Here you can see the organizations that we work with in the US. They range from tech hubs, co-working spaces, to accelerator programs like Backstage Capital and Techstars, to larger community event organizations like Startup Grind and Bunker Labs. Our partners are really valued allies of ours. They're the way that we reach great founders across the country, particularly founders who are underrepresented. We work with a number of organizations who are focused on closing the funding gap for women, for Black and Latinx founders, for founders across the military community. And we believe that Google can play a really important role in leveling the playing field for founders who have disproportionate access to the resources they need to scale. So this is and will continue to be a really core focus area for us. So what are some of the ways that we do this? First, around our products, we have a special cloud offer for founders who are affiliated with our partners, which means that Capital Factory can refer founders here today for this program, and you would be eligible to receive, among other things, up to 100K in cloud and Firebase credits, Maps platform credits, discounts on G Suite and Stripe Atlas, and more. So if you're curious to learn more, please do check out cloud.google.com. We're also in the process of piloting an ads program for startups in our partner network. You know, we recognize that startups need a different level of support to get the most out of their campaigns and to effectively optimize and scale their businesses. And we want to provide a really seamless process for startups at all stages of the life cycle to connect with the Google Ads team and get dedicated support. So some of what this involves is, you know, support around building out a digital marketing strategy, building and optimizing campaigns, and really measuring results that matter to you and your company. So this is still being rolled out, but if you're interested in learning more, please talk to the folks at Capital Factory and we can share more information on how to get access. Another program we're building out is the Google for Startups Sales Academy. It's run for 10 startups at a time over the course of 3 weeks. And you know, the goal of this is to equip startups not only with the skills to increase their customers and their revenue, but also to help operationalize their sales processes for their company. So again, this is a program we're currently rolling out, and we'd love to bring this to Capital Factory at some point. So if this is something you're interested in, please stay tuned for more information from us. Another way that we support founders' growth is by leveraging our platform and brand reach to highlight founders on our social channels. You know, by amplifying founders' stories, we think we can have a positive impact on their business and shine a spotlight on the impact that their company is having on their community and on the world. So you can see a few examples here where we've run social campaigns around, say, particular partnership launch, or where we focused on a particular community, like veterans and military spouses, or simply sharing stories of founders who have pivoted their business during the pandemic. If you have a tech startup that is scaling, if you're using any Google products to scale, if you're looking to raise your next round of funding, please let us know. We would love to highlight your story across our social channels. So I know much of what I've shared today is specific to our partners in the Capital Factory community, but I do want to share something that's widely available to all, which is our website, startup.google.com. Last year, we launched this new website that curated all the resources, tools, and best practices across Google that could help startups on their entrepreneurial journey. So here you'll find everything from toolkits on how to build an effective team and culture, to UX design tips, to setting goals, to leading a team. So these all live here in this one resource hub for founders. So encourage you all to check it out at some point. So to close, everything I've touched on here today and more can be seen on this one sheeter. So feel free to follow this link. Again, if you have questions on any of this, you can get in touch with me or the Capital Factory team. My email is nfroker@google.com. And with that, I will turn it back over to the Capital Factory team. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Nicole. Appreciate it.
Yes. All right, men. I think we have reached our verdict. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, before we, I think the deliberation has concluded, and so we'll just get through this quick because I know we're running a little bit over, but if y'all are interested in staying involved at Capital Factory, you can look at seeing what hosting a virtual event with us looks like on that website. You can follow us on CF Woman on Twitter for more updates. If you'd like to learn more about how to be a virtual community member at Capital Factory, you can email memberships@capitalfactory.com. We have a great accelerator program that you can look into, and also a great mentorship program as well that a lot of our members can engage with. Upcoming events, we've got Intro to Defense Innovation, Ask Me Anything, June 18th. We also actually have an Intro to Social Impact Entrepreneurship on June 23rd, I believe. But you can check out capitalfactory.com/events for that. Marianne talked about this earlier in the day. Fed Supernova will happen July 14th, along with the 100K Human Performance Pitch Challenge. And then we'll have a Founders Academy Essentials workshop, which is, Marianne, you want to describe that a little bit?
Yeah, Founders Academy hosted by our president, Gordon Doherty. It is a 4-day workshop, about 2 hours each day, kind of helping founders learn the essentials to being the best founder they can be, everything from fundraising to scaling. This is one of our best programs. I highly, highly recommend it. And now it's virtual, so you have no excuse. You don't even have to leave your house.
We've been sharing this in the chat throughout the event, but if you want to connect with other people who have attended this event, we're sending everyone to our LinkedIn group that we've created so that y'all can continue the conversation even after the YouTube chat is over. We also have a Spotify playlist that has some good jams on it, celebrating women in tech. So if you want that some tunes for your workflow, follow that Spotify playlist.
Absolutely.
And now I think we're gonna bring up Tyler. Hey, Tyler.
Hello, hello. We have deliberated. We are ready.
Yeah. This is it. This is gonna close out the summit, the Women in Tech Summit. So I feel like
this is sad. Should we stay here longer and just hang out? This was so fun.
We didn't even get to sing.
Yeah, the rehearsal that we did.
I know.
We'll just have to do it some other time, I guess.
Yeah, I'll save my 8 bars.
Okay,
all right.
Well,
So
with that, we're going to announce the winner, close out the show. Thank y'all so much for being with us for a few hours. And hopefully this was really helpful. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you at our next event.
Yes.
Drum roll. Should we do a drum roll?
Let's do a drum roll.
Virtual drum roll. All right, the winner is Neuro Rehab VR. Congrats!
Yeah! Congratulations! That's so awesome. Congratulations to everyone that was pitching today. Y'all all did great work. Thank you so much to our judges, to all of our partners, to Accenture, to Marianne, to Tyler,
to Mindu, the one and only.
Thanks again, everyone. We hope you enjoyed yourself and have a great rest of the evening. Sorry we went over a little bit, but
see you in the fall. Fall Women in Tech.
spin the chamber, look outside. Just another danger, just another way of life. And we try, we might be just the first line. What if you're right this time? They rise up under cover of the darkness. You better make sure all your weapons are all sharp and so. I never thought I would have seen it in your mind. Do you think that we can beat it? And I see it, and I feel it, but you need it, you can see it. And I feel like it might not be the first and last time. What if I'm right this time? They rise up under cover of the darkness. You better make sure all your weapons are all sharp and so.